Chapter 639. SS Attack. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out. Feng Xiang's body moved without any wind, and his hair danced in the wind. His gaze was bone-chilling as he stared coldly at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, "Little bastard. Aren't you a little too arrogant? How dare you call me trash? I'll give you a chance now. Slap yourself, kneel down, and cripple your cultivation. Otherwise, I'll kill you." "Oh. So you're the only one allowed to call me a bastard, but I'm not allowed to call you trash. Feng Xiang, you sure have a lot of face. I didn't provoke you at first, but you used me as a stepping stone to show off in front of Wuxia. Do you really think you're qualified?" Turning around, Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as water. He looked at Feng Xiang as if he was looking at a clown. "I'm a direct descendant of the Feng clan. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly person from Wuxia County. How dare you compare yourself to me? You should feel honored that I called you a bastard. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with a lowly person like you. Calling you a bastard is your honor." Feng Xiang raised his head slightly and looked down at Zhuowen. His expression was full of arrogance. He was a direct descendant of the Feng clan. Although he wasn't ranked very high in the Feng clan, he was still considered a genius. There were very few people in the imperial capital who dared to provoke him. As for Zhuowen, judging from his relationship with Master Kuya and Master Kuraki, Zhuowen should also be a genius from the imperial capital from Wuxia County. Wuxia County was ranked second last in the previous battle of the 9 counties. It was far inferior to the Feng clan, so Feng Xiang looked down on it. "What a hopeless idiot. Your fart stinks." Zhuowen shook his head and said with a mocking expression. Seeing Zhuowen's unrestrained words, Jing Yun sneered. Wuxia shook her head and thought that Zhuowen was simply courting death. Feng Xiang was considered a genius with some fame in the Feng clan. After all, he was at the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. He was an expert who had the strength to enter the Azure Emperor ranking. Although Zhuowen's performance at the entrance of the Court of Treasures was impressive, the guards at the entrance were only at the initial stage of the ultimate emperor realm. The difference between them and Feng Xiang was too great. If Feng Xiang were to face off against those two burly men, he would be able to crush them. The expressions of Master Kuya and Master Kuraki changed slightly. At the same time, the bitterness on their faces intensified. The two of them didn't expect Zhuowen's ability to stir up trouble to become even more profound after not seeing him for a few years. First, he offended Master Yanhua. Now, he even angered Feng Xiang. Young Lord Feng. Kuya and Kuraki, Master Kuraki and Master Kuraki Kuya Feng Kuraki Lu Kuya and Kuraki Master S Master. I've already given this bastard a chance. If it weren't for the two grandmasters' face, this Feng would have already crippled this little bastard. Unfortunately, this bastard doesn't know his place and has contradicted me many times. How can I tolerate that? Feng Xiang said coldly. Kuya and Kuraki were in a difficult position. They couldn't offend Feng Xiang, but they didn't want Zhuowen to be hurt either. Hence, they hesitated. Master Kuya, Old Man Kuraki, step aside. This trash can't hurt me. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently. Crack. Feng Xiang clenched his fists so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. Zhuowen's repeated words of trash had already infuriated him. Even if he had to violate the rules of the appraiser hall, he would still cripple this little bastard before him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Die! Feng Xiang shouted angrily and moved his feet. He passed by Kuya and Master Kuraki in an instant and rushed toward Zhuowen. His right hand formed a palm and a terrifying power erupted, aiming for Zhuowen's forehead. This bastard is dead. With Brother Feng's help, he will be crippled even if he doesn't die. Jing Yun sneered. It was as if she could see the scene of Zhuowen being killed. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Even though Feng Xiang's cultivation had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm, Zhuowen didn't take him seriously at all. After all, he had once fought against an early-stage ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was at least undefeatable. Zhuowen only lightly punched upwards. Golden light sprinkled down like a curtain of rain, instantly exploding on Feng Xiang's palm. A terrifying power exploded, forming balls of qi waves between the two of them. Feng Xiang's face froze and his gaze froze. Then, he felt a piercing pain in his right palm. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Feng Xiang's eyes were filled with terror. Like a withered leaf, he flew backward and smashed out of the box. His figure landed on the seats below in a sorry state. What's going on? Is there a fight in the room? The inspection treasure hall has a rule that no fighting is allowed inside. Who is so bold to ignore the rules? That must be Feng Xiang from the Feng family. He was thrown out of the room. Who is so arrogant to hit Feng Xiang? Everyone on the seats immediately noticed that the person who flew out of the room and landed miserably on the seats was the handsome young man, Feng Xiang. Then, everyone looked up and noticed a young man carrying a green coffin on his back slowly stepping out of the broken box. He stood high above and looked down at Feng Xiang, who was in a sorry state. You can't even take a single move from me. Tell me, are you trash or not? Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice slowly rang out. There was a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Feng Xiang stood up in a miserable manner at this moment. Fury attacked his heart when he heard Zhuo Wen's words. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with shock and fury while his heart churned like a storm. How could this young man be so powerful? He was at the peak of the five-wheel ultimate emperor realm, but he was defeated in one blow. Feng Xiang's face burned as he felt everyone's gazes on him. Being defeated in one move in front of so many people, Feng Xiang's face was completely lost. What? Feng Xiang couldn't even take one blow from this person. How is that possible? Everyone on the seats was in an uproar. Feng Xiang was a well-known genius in the Feng family. He was at the peak of the five-wheel ultimate emperor realm, but he couldn't even take one blow from this unfamiliar young man. Wasn't this too terrifying? Inside the room, Master Kuya and Master Kuraki were stunned. They stared blankly at Zhuowen's back. They didn't expect Feng Xiang to be defeated so easily by Zhuowen. Although they were confident in Zhuowen's talent, they only thought that Zhuowen was at the peak of the four-wheel ultimate emperor realm. After all, Zhuowen was only a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator before he participated in the battle for the Vitality Tower. It was impossible for his cultivation to improve so quickly in just 1 year. However, when they saw Feng Xiang in such a sorry state and Zhuowen standing straight, Master Kuya and Master Kuraki exchanged glances. They knew that they had completely underestimated Zhuowen's strength. What? Brother Feng lost? He lost in one blow. Jing Yun's cold smile froze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Feng Xiang, who was like a god in her heart, had been defeated so thoroughly and cleanly. What an arrogant little bastard. You actually dared to fight in the appraiser hall. Today, this seat will teach you a lesson on behalf of the appraiser hall. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the room opposite them. A terrifying mental energy spread out, causing the room to shatter. 3 figures slowly floated in the air with the help of mental energy. The person in the lead was around 40 years old. He had a protruding forehead and a white beard at his temples. When he opened and closed his eyes, they would always reveal traces of light. This person was Master Yanhua. Grandmaster Yanhua's cold gaze slowly focused on Zhuowen, who was carrying the green coffin on his back. Just now, Li Hu had already secretly investigated. The person who had bid against him for the greater limitless sword formation was this brat in front of him. Therefore, when Zhuo made his move, he immediately came out. The appraiser hall had a rule that prohibited private fights. Master Yanhua had originally planned to wait for Zhuo to leave the appraiser hall before making his move. But since Zhuo was the first to break the rule, Master Yanhua naturally didn't have any scruples. "You're Master Yanhua. You speak with a dignified name, but your actual goal should be to snatch the greater infinity sword formation, right?" Zhuowen's gaze shifted as he stared at Master Yanhua. Master Yanhua's gaze gradually turned gloomy. Zhuowen's words weren't polite at all, causing him to feel extremely displeased. With his status, when had he ever received such an attitude? Ha! The appraiser hall doesn't allow private fights. You clearly know that you're breaking the rules. If I don't capture you, how can I convince everyone? As for the greater infinity sword formation in your hands, that thing isn't something a bastard like you can possess, Master Yanhua said indifferently. Then a bastard like you is qualified to possess it? Zhuo coldly replied. What did you say? You actually dare to call me a bastard? Are you courting death? Master Yanhua's face twitched. The mental energy within his body uncontrollably surged out, forming a mental energy sea around him. As expected of Master Yanhua. His mental energy is actually so powerful. I'm afraid that he'll soon break through to become a 5th-grade Arcana Master. Sensing the terrifying mental energy around Master Yanhua, the expressions of many people in the surroundings changed. Their gazes towards Master Yanhua were filled with reverence. Below the stage, Feng Xiang slowly stood up. His gaze was filled with hatred as he loudly said, Master Yanhua. The one who bid against you for the greater infinity sword formation is this bastard. He doesn't even put you in his eyes. I originally wanted to persuade him to give up, but this bastard ambushed me. This kid is arrogant and shameless to the extreme. You can't let him off. If we're talking about shamelessness, then Feng Xiang, you're the most shameless. Inverting right and wrong, can your face be any thicker? Zhuo coldly said. Don't quibble. You really did ambush Feng Xiang, causing him to lose. Moreover, you disregarded the appraiser hall's rules. A shameless bastard like you must be eliminated today. Grandmaster Yanhua's sinister voice rang out. Shortly after, the mental energy around him started to boil. Black flames started to rise and revolved around Grandmaster Yanhua. In an instant, the temperature of the entire seating area became extremely terrifying. Many weaker warriors quickly retreated. Master Yanhua. This is the appraiser hall, not your arcane guild. If you want to fight, you'd better leave the appraiser hall first. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Chapter 640. Repairing the greater infinity sword formation. The voice caused Master Yanhua, who was about to make a move, to freeze. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the auctioneer on the stage. Elder Zhou. Are you trying to stop me? I'm not trying to stop you, but this is the appraisal hall. Master Yanhua should know that private fights are not allowed here, so I'm just following the rules of the appraisal hall. Elder Zhou slowly raised his head with a calm gaze. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Instantly, the air on the 4th floor froze. What a terrifying aura. This auctioneer is not simple. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and focused on Elder Zhou. The aura this old man emitted was much stronger than Elder Shi from the Grand Family. His cultivation was definitely above the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm. Grandmaster Yanhua's face was extremely gloomy. Old man Zhou was one of the higher-ups of the appraiser hall and was slightly stronger than him. If Grandmaster Yanhua really made a move on Zhuo in front of this old man, Grandmaster Yanhua would probably suffer. This little bastard made a move on Feng Xiang. I think Elder Zhou has always been impartial. This little bastard should be punished properly. Master Yanhua snorted coldly and did not make a move in the end. His cold gaze focused on Zhuowen as he spoke sinisterly. This is the first time this little brother has come to the appraisal hall. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. I'll let him off this time, but there won't be a next time. Elder Zhou glanced at Zhuowen. Hearing this, Master Yanhua's face darkened. Now, even an idiot could see that Master Yanhua was trying to save Zhuowen's life. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. This Elder Zhou was obviously biased towards him. However, when he thought about how Elder Zhou had helped to bid for the items in the auction and how Zhuowen had spent a large sum of money to buy the Greater Infinity Sword formation, Zhuowen felt relieved. What? Does Master Yanhua still want to cause trouble? Although our appraisal hall is not comparable to the Arcane Guild, it's not enough for you to do whatever you want in our appraisal hall. Elder Zhou's gaze became sharper and his aura became more terrifying. It was like a 10,000 zhang long mountain that suddenly covered the surrounding space, causing Master Yanhua's face to turn even darker. Elder Zhou, you must be joking. Since Elder Zhou has stepped forward, Yanhua, I will naturally give you face. We won't cause a ruckus in the appraisal hall. However, if this little bastard leaves the appraisal hall, Elder Zhou, please don't stop us. Grandmaster Yanhua's words were filled with deep meaning, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow. This Grandmaster Yanhua actually dared to threaten him in such a blatant manner. Clearly, this fellow was planning to rob the appraiser hall by force. Of course. The appraiser hall is only in charge of the internal affairs of the appraiser hall. As for matters outside the appraiser hall, this old man naturally won't meddle in other people's business, Elder Zhou said calmly. If that's the case, that's good. Grandmaster Yanhua let out a sigh of relief. His gaze gathered on Zhuowen as he coldly said, little bastard. I will be waiting for you outside the appraiser hall. Come out if you have the guts. Don't be a coward. Zhuowen sneered and said, who do you think you are? Do you think I'll go out just because you want me to? Grandmaster Yanhua's expression froze as the veins on his forehead bulged. This little bastard before him was getting more and more arrogant. He actually dared to speak in such a manner in front of him. He must be tired of living. Humph. If you have the guts, then stay inside for the rest of your life. Grandmaster Yanhua coldly snorted before leaving the appraisal hall with Li Hu and Li Long. As for Feng Xiang, he also glared at Zhuowen before leaving with his tail between his legs. It was too embarrassing just now. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he was defeated by a nameless Zhuowen in one move. How could he still have the face to stay here? Senior. Thank you for your help this time. Zhuowen arrived in front of Elder Zhou and cupped his hands respectfully. No need to thank me. This old man is only protecting the interests of the customer. Since you have won the Greater Infinity Sword formation, this old man will not let anything happen to you before you obtain it. Take it. This is the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Speaking until here, Elder Zhou waved his sleeve and a metal box that was half a man's height appeared beside Zhuowen's feet. The heavy weight actually caused a crack to appear on the ground. Looking at the metal box, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his right hand, the metal box was instantly stored in his spiritual ring. Young friend, you must be an arcana master as well. If you refine this Greater Infinity Sword formation, your strength will definitely increase by a level. Young friend, you can stay in the appraisal hall for a few more days. You can leave after you refine this Greater Infinity Sword formation. Old man Zhou spoke in a meaningful tone before he left the place. The other people seated on the stage also scattered. After the auction ended, there was naturally no reason for them to remain here. However, the people on the stage were not in a hurry to leave the appraisal hall. Instead, they gathered at the entrance of the appraisal hall. They remembered that Grandmaster Yanhua was waiting for Zhuowen at the entrance of the appraisal hall. They wanted to see if Zhuowen would dare to leave the appraisal hall with Grandmaster Yanhua around. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the entrance of the appraisal hall. In the middle of these people, there were 4 figures quietly waiting at the entrance. These 4 people were Grandmaster Yanhua, and Feng Xiang. Grandmaster Yanhua. That kid is not simple. When he leaves the appraisal hall, you must not be careless. Feng Xiang respectfully said to Grandmaster Yanhua. Feng Xiang had suffered at the hands of Zhuowen before. He knew that Zhuowen was not weak. If he was careless, he might be able to escape. Humph. Even if that little bastard is not simple, this time I will make him bleed and live a life worse than death. Thinking about Zhuowen's rude words, Grandmaster Yanhua's anger surged. He wished that he could tear apart Zhuowen's bones and pull out his tendons. Hearing this, Feng Xiang's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. He knew that with Grandmaster Yanhua and the others around, once Zhuowen stepped out of the appraisal hall, he would definitely die. In the crowd, Huangfu Zixia and Jing Yun silently stood together. Their gazes were also focused on Feng Xiang, Grandmaster Yanhua, and the others. That Zhuowen is dead meat. Although his strength is not bad, he is brainless. He even dared to offend Grandmaster Yanhua. When he comes out, I wonder how he will die. Jing Yun said with a cold smile. Huangfu Zixia's beautiful eyes flickered as she shook her head. Clearly, she did not believe that Zhuowen could escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and the others after leaving the appraisal hall. Inside the appraisal hall, Elder Zhou arranged a quiet room for Zhuowen. On the other hand, Kuya and Songmu left the appraisal hall under Zhuowen's persuasion. Zhuowen knew that Grandmaster Yanhua's strength was stronger than Songmu and Kuya. Even if the 2 of them stayed by his side, they would not be of any help. Instead, they would offend Grandmaster Yanhua because of him. The gains did not make up for the losses. As for Lu Er, she also left the appraisal hall and returned to the intoxicated spring pavilion under Zhuowen's orders. Zhuowen quietly sat cross-legged on the futon in the room. With a wave of his right hand, a large metal box appeared before him. Shortly after, the metal box opened. Rays of cold light flickered as a huge sword array revolved around Zhuowen's body. It was the Greater Infinity Sword Array. The moment the Greater Infinity Sword Array appeared, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a flick of his finger, the Infinity Sword aura in his spiritual ring turned into a stream of light and appeared before him. Buzz! 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 Sword cries resounded. The moment the Infinity Sword Array appeared, the originally quiet Greater Infinity Sword Array actually trembled as if it was excited and longing for it. The Infinity Sword Aura is indeed an incomplete small sword array of the Greater Infinity Sword Array. Sensing the abnormality of the Greater Infinity Sword Array, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was even more certain that the Infinity Sword Aura was an incomplete small sword array of the Greater Infinity Sword Array. Thinking about how he could completely restore the Greater Infinity Sword Array, Zhuowen was abnormally excited. This was a true 5th grade origin array. Its might was absolutely beyond his expectations. Let's try to merge the Infinity Sword Aura into the Greater Infinity Sword Array first. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhuowen began to control the Infinity Sword Aura in his hand and slowly approached the damaged part of the Greater Infinity Sword Array. Whoosh! What surprised Zhuowen was that the Greater Infinity Sword Array did not resist at all. The damaged part did not obstruct the entry of the Infinity Sword Aura at all. The 2 fused together very well. Moreover, the degree of compatibility was constantly increasing as time passed. At this speed, it should be able to completely fuse together in 3 days. At that time, the Greater Infinity Sword Array will be completely restored and become a complete 5th grade origin array. Looking at the Greater Infinity Sword Array and the Infinity Sword Aura that were slowly fusing together, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy. He did not expect that he, Zhuowen, would actually possess a 5th grade origin array. Although his mental strength was only at the 4th grade advanced realm and could not unleash the full power of the 5th grade origin array, even if it was only a portion of its power, the greater infinity sword array was still superior to many 4th grade origin arrays. Its power was comparable to an ordinary heaven-rank soul treasure. If Zhuowen's mental strength reached the 5th grade, he would be able to unleash the full power of the greater infinity sword array. At that time, the greater infinity sword array would be truly terrifying. There are still 3 days. I can refine this fire bird's plume feather first. With a flick of his finger, a blazing red plume feather suddenly appeared in Zhuowen's palm. This plume feather was the fire bird's plume feather that Zhuowen had bid for. Because the nirvana of the great sun reacted to the fire bird's plume feather, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and bid for it. Boom! When the fire bird's plume feather laid quietly in his palm, all the acupuncture points in Zhuowen's body trembled involuntarily. Following that, a golden torrent gushed out from the acupuncture points in his body. After this golden torrent appeared outside of Zhuowen's body, it actually turned into a dazzling golden flame. The moment the golden flame appeared, the temperature of the entire room skyrocketed by several times. Traces of cracks even appeared on the ground. Chapter 641. Phoenix Blood Essence Boom. The fire bird feather finally disintegrated, leaving behind a drop of golden liquid. However, the moment this drop of golden liquid appeared, an extremely terrifying pressure was released from the liquid without any warning. A clear cry rang out. Following that, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that above the liquid, a shadow that was born from fire spread its wings and flew towards the sky. The divine beast Phoenix, Nirvana Rebirth. This shadow was actually a phoenix. The terrifying pressure from its body poured down. Zhuowen couldn't help but let out a groan as he slowly retreated a dozen steps. Instead of being shocked, his eyes were filled with joy. It is said that the fire bird possesses the phoenix bloodline of the ancient divine beast. Could this drop of golden liquid be the phoenix blood? Looking at the golden liquid that was quietly floating in the air, Zhuowen's smile widened. No wonder the nirvana of the great sun in his body had such a huge reaction. It turned out that this fire bird feather actually contained a drop of phoenix blood essence. Although it was only a drop, the phoenix was an ancient divine beast. It was an existence that surpassed all living creatures. Even within the dragon clan, only the top dragon clan could be compared to the phoenix. It was an existence that truly stood at the peak. One could imagine how rare a drop of phoenix blood essence was. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a stroke of his right hand, he carefully stored the drop of phoenix blood essence into his spirit ring. The phoenix blood essence should be extremely beneficial to Zhuowen's nirvana of the great sun. However, he also knew that it wasn't easy to absorb this drop of phoenix blood essence. This place was the appraisal hall, not a safe place. Zhuowen didn't plan to absorb the phoenix blood essence here. Furthermore, Zhuowen didn't know if absorbing the phoenix blood essence would have any side effects. Therefore, Zhuowen wouldn't do it so easily. It would be great if Xiao He woke up now. With that fellow's knowledge, he should know how to use this drop of phoenix blood essence. At this moment, Zhuowen missed the days when Xiao He was still around. Xiao He's knowledge was much more than his. She would definitely know how to use this drop of phoenix blood essence. Let's put the phoenix blood essence aside for now. There are still more than 2 days left. I can use the spirit stones to increase my mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the spirit stones in the spirit ring. Because he had bought the fire bird plume feather and the greater infinite sword formation, Zhuowen only had about 8,000 spirit stones left. However, they were all mid-grade spirit stones, and the spirit chi they contained was much denser than low-grade spirit stones. Spiritual chi was extremely beneficial to the growth of mental strength. 8,000 medium spiritual stones were enough to allow Zhuowen's mental strength to reach the level of complete grade 4. Once Zhuowen's mental power reaches the 4th grade great perfection, coupled with the ultimate sword formation, even if the outside world's master Yanhua was waiting for him, Zhuowen would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Zhuowen waved his right hand. Suddenly, pieces of sparkling and translucent spirit stones piled up in front of him, almost forming a small mountain. A fierce spirit chi rushed towards him. Boom! With a thought, the mental strength in Zhuowen's Naiwen palace swept out like a hurricane, enveloping all the spirit stones in front of him. Waves of dense spirit chi followed this mental strength and endlessly drilled into the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Following the influx of spirit energy, Zhuowen could clearly feel the mental energy contained in his Naiwen palace. Just like a healthy baby, it was continuously growing stronger and more solid. Time gradually passed. Outside the entrance of the inspection treasure hall, Master Yanhua, Feng Xiang, and the other 3 people were still waiting. However, the 4 of them did not look too good. Almost 3 days had passed, but Zhuowen still had not come out. Looks like this little bastard is afraid of you, Master Yanhua. It has almost been 3 days, but this kid still hasn't come out. I'm afraid he doesn't plan to come out. Feng Xiang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His expression was somewhat irritated. The reason why he had followed behind Grandmaster Yanhua was because he wanted to see Zhuowen get beaten up by Grandmaster Yanhua. If Zhuowen did not come out, wouldn't his waiting be in vain? Humph. Didn't you say that this kid is a genius from Muqin County? Since he came to the imperial capital this time, he probably wants to participate in the upcoming War of the 9 Counties. There is less than a month left until the War of the 9 Counties. If this kid doesn't want to miss it, he will definitely come out within a month. At that time, I will have the opportunity to capture him. After saying this, the corners of Master Yanhua's mouth curled up. His gaze became gloomy and cruel. He was very patient and could continue waiting. However, Zhuowen did not have that much time. Yes. That's true. The War of the 9 Counties is about to begin. This kid will not give up this opportunity. He will definitely come out within a month. Feng Xiang nodded in agreement. Senior Huangfu, I'm afraid that Zhuowen is afraid. Almost 3 days have passed. This kid simply doesn't have the guts to face Grandmaster Yanhua and the others. Jing Yun stood beside Huangfu Zixia, and the corners of her mouth curled into a sneer as she spoke. Yes. 3 level 4 Arcana Masters and Feng Xiang. That Zhuowen won't have the slightest chance of escaping from such a lineup. It's reasonable that he doesn't come out. Huangfu Zixia nodded. Her voice was extremely cold from beginning to end. Boom. In a room in the inspection hall, a terrifying mind energy overflowed, causing the surrounding air to freeze. This mind energy had the momentum to soar into the sky. It was vast and unrestrained, and it was as vast as an abyss. When this terrifying mind energy reached a critical point, a muffled sound suddenly burst out. Zhuowen's aura reached its peak. The mind energy around him converged like a tide, and everything returned to normal. Crack. At the same time, the small mountain of spiritual stones piled in front of Zhuowen turned into ordinary stones. Inch by inch, they crumbled into fine powder. Just like that, 8,000 medium spiritual stones turned into useless fine powder. My complete 4th grade mind energy has finally reached it. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly stood up. His eyes were as dazzling as the blazing sun. The spiritual energy of 8,000 medium spiritual stones had finally pushed his mind energy to the complete 4th grade. This time, Zhuowen could rely on the spiritual energy of the medium spiritual stones to break through to the complete 4th grade in one fell swoop. The main reason was that his realm had already reached the complete 4th grade, but his mind energy had yet to reach the complete 4th grade. Zhuowen's mind energy had reached the complete 4th grade for some time. Moreover, He cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, a top-grade secret spirit skill. The cultivation speed of his mind energy was much faster than that of ordinary arcana masters. It was not surprising that his realm had reached the complete fourth grade long ago. Now, with the help of the medium spiritual stones, it was reasonable for his mind energy to reach the complete fourth grade. Ding! 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 The crisp sound of swords suddenly rang out. The fusion of the ultimate sword formation and the ultimate sword aura, which were suspended in mid-air, had finally reached the final moment. When the sound of the swords reached the highest pitch, the ultimate sword formation and the ultimate sword aura finally merged completely. A shocking aura suddenly burst out. Boom! The entire room shook a few times, and Zhuowen retreated continuously under this aura. In the end, he used the nirvana of the Great Sun to barely stabilize his body. As expected of a fifth-grade origin formation. Just this aura alone is enough to make me retreat. Looking at the complete ultimate sword formation in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes were full of excitement. This ultimate sword formation was extremely extraordinary. It was probably a powerful existence among the fifth-grade origin formations. A man's wealth is his own ruin. This complete ultimate sword formation cannot be easily shown to others. Looking at the extremely extraordinary ultimate sword formation in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. If the ultimate sword formation was incomplete, it would be useless to a fifth-grade arcana master. It would only be of great help to a fourth-grade arcana master. If people were to know that Zhuowen possessed the complete greater infinity sword array, perhaps the rank 5 arcanists of the Arcane Guild would become restless. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't try to steal it from him. In the future, I will use the incomplete ultimate sword formation. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not use the complete ultimate sword formation. With a wave of his right hand, the ultimate sword formation in front of Zhuowen immediately obediently came to Zhuowen. With Zhuowen as the center, it slowly rotated with a cold light. At the same time, Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and fiercely grabbed the ultimate sword aura. Instantly, the sound of a sword rang out, and the ultimate sword aura was caught by Zhuowen. The ultimate sword formation once again became incomplete, and its aura was much weaker than before. Since the limitless sword aura had already perfectly merged with the greater limitless sword formation, if Zhuowen wanted to use the limitless sword aura to form the greater limitless sword formation, it wouldn't be as troublesome as today. It would take a long time to form the complete greater limitless sword formation in an instant. Collect. With a grab of his right hand, the long swords in the ultimate sword formation were all collected into Zhuowen's spiritual ring like flowing light. When he was refining the ultimate sword formation, Zhuowen naturally discovered that there were 5 great sword moves in the ultimate sword formation. Moreover, the power of these 5 great sword moves was even more terrifying than the sword moves in the ultimate sword aura. The 5 great sword moves were the blood-weeping style, the yin-yang style, the sky-breaking style, the thousand-sword style, and the flowing sword style. Each move was more terrifying than the previous one. Of course, it was also more difficult to master each move. Now that Zhuowen had just obtained the ultimate sword formation, it was naturally impossible for him to master these 5 great sword moves. He only knew how to use them crudely. However, even with the crudely used method, the power he could unleash was still very terrifying. It should be time to leave the appraisal pavilion. I wonder if Grandmaster Yanhua and the others are still waiting outside. After putting away the ultimate sword formation, Zhuowen thought of the ruthless words that Grandmaster Yanhua had said 3 days ago. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. If it was 3 days ago, Zhuowen might have been afraid of Grandmaster Yanhua. But now, Zhuowen's mental energy had broken through to the rank 4 great perfection and he had mastered the ultimate sword formation. Even if he could not defeat Grandmaster Yanhua, it was more than enough for him to escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and the other 2. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked towards the entrance of the appraisal pavilion. At this moment, there were still many people gathered at the entrance. Grand Master Yanhua, Feng Xiang, and the other three stood in the middle of the entrance. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the appraisal pavilion. The surrounding people were also looking at the entrance. Dang dang dang. Chapter 642. Severed arm, following which, a slender young man carrying a green coffin appeared before everyone's eyes. This young man was Zhuowen. This person has guts. He knows that Master Yanhua is waiting at the entrance, yet he still dares to come out. He must be tired of living. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve and thinks that he can escape from Master Yanhua. That's why he's so confident. When Zhuowen finally arrived at the entrance of the inspection treasure pavilion, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. Many people even looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at a fool. This person knows that there are tigers in the mountain, yet he still dares to go there. They don't know if they should call him courageous or stupid. Grand Master Yanhua narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he said, "I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You actually dared to come out. I can't help but admire your courage. Hee hee. Zhuowen, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over your spiritual ring, sever your arms, cripple your cultivation, and kneel before me. Perhaps I'll plead with Master Yanhua to spare your worthless life." Feng Xiang stared at Zhuowen with hatred. What an idiot. Cripple your cultivation and sever your own arms. I'm afraid that only an idiot like you can think of such a stupid method. Do you really think that you can take revenge just because you're related to Master Yanhua? What a laughable idiot. Zhuowen glanced at Feng Xiang as if he was looking at a clown. He shook his head and ignored Feng Xiang. Instead, he looked at Master Yanhua and the other two who were not far away. This was especially true for Master Yanhua. Although Master Yanhua's mental strength was the same as his, the black flames that he released last time were extremely terrifying. Master Yanhua had used some kind of secret technique to turn his mental strength into black flames. In Zhuowen's opinion, Grandmaster Pyrotechnic was much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary grade 4 Great Perfection Arcana Master. Therefore, even Zhuowen would not be careless. Zhuowen's disregard immediately caused Feng Xiang's expression to turn ugly as he flew into a rage. However, he did not dare to step forward and teach Zhuowen a lesson. After experiencing Zhuowen's strength, he clearly understood that he was no match for Zhuowen and would only be beaten up if he stepped forward. Grandmaster Yanhua glanced at Feng Xiang and snorted coldly at Zhuowen. "I gave you a chance in the appraiser hall. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. So, you won't have the chance to live today. You didn't give me the opportunity. I created it myself. Don't put yourself on a pedestal, as if everything is in your hands. You don't know that in my eyes, you are no different from a monkey performing on the street." Zhuowen sneered. "I think you are courting death. Li Long, Li Hu, kill this arrogant brat on the spot and take the spiritual ring from this little bastard." Grandmaster Yanhua's expression was gloomy as he snorted coldly. "Yes." Li Long and Li Hu both responded. Instantly, two terrifying mental energies burst out from their bodies. At the same time, the two of them took out a roulette at the same time. Grade 4 Origin Array, Polar Domain. Grade 4 Origin Array, Lava Domain. The two of them shouted at the same time. Instantly, the two roulette in their hands flew out. One of the roulette exploded and countless icy chi gushed out, turning into a frost domain that was dozens of feet wide. The other roulette exploded and countless hot magma gushed out, spreading dozens of feet wide. The polar domain enveloped Zhuowen from above, while the lava domain corroded the soles of Zhuowen's feet from below. They were actually planning to seal Zhuowen in between the two domains. The moment the extreme cold and extreme heat energy came into contact, a terrifying explosive energy was formed. Without a doubt, if Zhuowen was completely trapped in these two domains, he would definitely die. Boom! In an instant, the two domains closed and Zhuowen's figure was completely engulfed by the two domains, disappearing from sight. Hee hee. Arrogant little bastard, do you really think that you are invincible? You deserve to die now. Feng Xiang's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction as he grinned. Grandmaster Yanhua narrowed his eyes. He could faintly feel that Zhuowen was not that simple. However, he did not expect that he would be trapped by Li Long and Li Hu's origin array. The polar domain and the lava domain were both grade 4 origin arrays. The combination of the two could unleash an extremely terrifying power. Once one was trapped within it, only death awaited them. Even Grandmaster Yanhua would have to put in a lot of effort to escape from it if he was trapped within it. The instant Zhuowen's figure was engulfed, the surrounding people revealed a disappointed expression. They originally thought that the young man who dared to talk back to Grandmaster Yanhua would be a powerful expert. They did not expect him to be so useless. Overestimating himself. In the crowd, Jing Yun narrowed her eyes and sneered. On the other hand, Huan Fuzixia's beautiful face was still indifferent. Even when Zhuowen was trapped in the polar domain and lava domain, she was still not moved in the slightest. She only thought that Zhuowen was a boorish fellow who did not know when to stop. He is indeed a piece of trash. He actually dared to defy Grandmaster Yanhua's orders. He deserves to die. Li Long and Li Hu looked at each other as they sneered. However, a clear voice rang out, causing the sneers on Li Long and Li Hu's faces to gradually freeze. Don't you find it laughable to play with fire and ice in front of me? Boom! The moment these words left his mouth, the polar domain and the lava domain, which were originally showing signs of merging, suddenly burst apart. A figure slowly walked out. What caused everyone to be shocked was that wherever this person passed, the polar domain and the lava domain seemed to kneel on the ground as though they were worshipping their king. When Li Long and Li Hu saw this scene, their brows slightly furrowed. However, their hearts were filled with shock. They tried their best to activate their respective yuan arrays, but there was no reaction at all. You want to withdraw these two yuan arrays? Since you want them, I'll give them to you. Zhuowen sneered as he waved his hands. Instantly, the two domains that were wrapped in a terrifying might suddenly flew towards Li Long and Li Hu. The speed was so fast that even the two of them were caught off guard. Boom! A huge explosion accompanied by shrill screams rang out. The terrifying explosion formed by the combination of the two domains of ice and fire directly engulfed Li Long and Li Hu. In the time of 2 breaths, the screams weakened. In the end, there was no sign of life. Li Long and Li Hu had died under the explosion. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the surroundings. The young man in front of them had hidden his strength well. His strength was actually so terrifying. From the time Zhuowen escaped to the death of Li Long and Li Hu, it was only a blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Master Yanhua couldn't react in time. Then, they were killed by Zhuowen just like that. Feng Xiang's face was a little stiff. Although Li Long and Li Hu were only grade 4 lower tier arcanists and were much weaker than Master Yanhua, Feng Xiang might not be a match for the two of them when they joined forces. However, Zhuowen had killed the two of them so easily. Feng Xiang faintly felt a little uneasy in his heart. You killed them? Master Yanhua's pupils shrank as he said word by word in a suppressed voice. Oh. Are your dog eyes blind? Did you turn a blind eye to the scene just now? Zhuowen grinned and revealed a cold smile. How dare you kill the people of my arcane guild? You must die. Master Yanhua flew into a rage. Li Long and Li Hu were his right-hand men and were also his confidants. They were completely loyal to him. Now that they were killed by Zhuowen, how could Master Yanhua not be furious? Die. The one who died wasn't me, but you. Zhuowen said sarcastically. Boom! Grandmaster Yanhua let out a low roar. His terrifying mental energy spread out and turned into strange black flames in the surroundings. Countless black flames circled around and the surrounding temperature soared to the extreme. This caused the surrounding crowd to involuntarily retreat. You will pay the price for what you've done. Die! With a low roar, Master Yanhua's right hand formed into a claw and pressed down on the void. The countless black flames around him condensed into a huge black flame claw and crushed down on Zhuowen. Zhuowen snorted coldly. With a shake of his sleeve, a dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Zhuowen bent down and took a step forward. His right fist, which was ready to strike, punched out and the golden light exploded. Nirvana of the Great Sun, Nirvana. With a low roar, the golden light from his right fist soared into the sky, almost piercing through the sky. A terrifying golden giant that was close to 1,000 feet tall suddenly stepped out from the depths of the void. It stepped on the golden flames and slammed its huge palm against the black flame claw. Boom! 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 The golden light and the black flame clashed and burst out layers of air waves, causing the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch. A terrifying explosion sounded and the golden light and black flame disappeared into the void at the same time. This kid is terrifying. He actually managed to block Master Yanhua's black flame claw. Master Yanhua used a secret technique to transform his mental strength into black flames. Its might is even above ordinary earth flames. Even an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might not be able to block it. After Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame claw was broken, the surrounding uproar became even noisier. Everyone knew that the reason why this young man, who was carrying a green coffin, dared to act so arrogantly in the inspection treasure hall and did not give Grandmaster Yanhua any face was not because he was arrogant. Instead, it was because he had the confidence to do so. Master Yanhua's face was extremely gloomy, but his heart was also in turmoil. Even he didn't expect Zhuowen to be able to break his black flame claw. Whoosh! Zhuowen slowly walked over. With a clench of his right hand, a bone spear that was 3 feet long appeared in his palm. Following that, Zhuowen took a step forward and charged towards Master Yanhua without slowing down. Humph! The contempt in Master Yanhua's eyes disappeared. This Zhuowen was enough for him to take him seriously. Therefore, when Zhuowen charged over, he immediately controlled the black flame around him and formed a thick and terrifying wall of fire around him. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen was like a fluttering butterfly as he flew over. When Zhuowen was only 5 meters away from Grandmaster Yanhua, the gazes of the surrounding people were gathered at this place. They wanted to see exactly what would happen when the two of them collided. Idiot! A mocking voice slowly sounded in Master Yanhua's ears. Following that, Zhuowen turned his spear around in disbelief and charged towards Fengxiang. Puchi. Chapter 643. Black flames exploding sky, ah! A miserable howl rang out as blood spurted out. A severed arm soared into the sky. Everyone's gazes converged on Fengxiang, who was currently holding his right arm with his left hand. His right arm was empty, and there was only a bloody wound with blood gushing out from it. Zhuowen's figure flashed, and he was like a fluttering butterfly as he slowly descended. He held the bone spear in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the spear. Blood slowly dripped down, drenching the ground. This arm is your compensation for speaking rudely to me. I'll let you off this time. If you use your superior attitude to face me again, I won't let you off so easily like today. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out as he glanced at Grandmaster Yanhua with fear. This Grandmaster Yanhua shouldn't be as simple as he had imagined. It wasn't worth it to fight to the death with such a person. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his figure was like lightning as he dashed out of the crowd. Little bastard. Let's see where you can escape to. Die. Grandmaster Yanhua was currently holding back his anger. Li Hu and Li Long were killed in front of him, and Feng Xiang even had an arm severed beside him. He had lost all his face. If he were to let Zhuowen leave this place like this, where would he put his face? Boom! Grandmaster Yanhua let out a furious roar. Countless black flames surged around him and condensed into countless black flame arrows. They formed a curtain and shot towards Zhuowen's back. The might of this attack was extremely spectacular. It was as if this part of the world was shrouded in darkness. All that could be seen was the countless black flames. Black flames exploding sky. I didn't expect Grandmaster Yanhua to use such a terrifying secret skill like black flames exploding sky. Huanfu Zixia, who originally had a cold expression, had a shocked expression on her face at this moment. She was very clear about black flames exploding sky. It was a terrifying secret spirit skill, and it was the unique skill of the Arcane Guild's second elder, Elder Lu Li. Black Flame Sky Burst was actually using a secret technique to conjure black flames using mental strength. Then, with a terrifying pressure, these black flames would be compressed into countless black flame arrows. Borrowing this pressure, these black flame arrows would obtain an extremely terrifying penetrative power. Grandmaster Yanhua had once relied on this secret technique to severely injure a Seven-Wheel Emperor initial stage practitioner. It was precisely because of this unique secret technique that Grandmaster Yanhua's reputation was so resounding in the imperial capital. Coupled with the reputation of his father, Elder Lu Li, there were not many who did not dare to give Grandmaster Yanhua face. Once Zhuowen's words left her mouth, the surrounding crowd instantly went into an uproar. They had naturally heard of the name of Black Flame Sky Bursting. Because they had heard of it, the gazes that everyone looked at Zhuowen with became a bit of pity. Zhuowen's strength was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Yanhua had even used a terrifying secret technique like Black Flame Sky Burst that could severely injure a Seven-Wheel Emperor ultimate stage practitioner. This Zhuowen did not have to die for sure. Even if he did not die, he was basically not far from death. At this moment, Zhuowen also felt the terrifying power behind him. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Looking at the terrifying black flame arrows behind him that were like a curtain of rain, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. I really didn't expect Grandmaster Yanhua to still have this up his sleeve. The mighty black flame arrows behind him almost covered the sky like a dark cloud. He knew that with such a wide range of black flame arrows, even if he opened up 3 pairs of lightning wings, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape from the range of the black flame arrows. Looks like I can only brace myself and fight. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen twisted his waist. His robes fluttered as he held the bone spear in his hand. His gaze was like a torch. This spear has a soul. It's called Spear Intent. A faintly discernible voice rang out from Zhuowen's mouth. At this moment, Zhuowen was slowly waving the bone spear. His entire body seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. His entire body was erratic. With a swing of the bone spear, a mysterious concept rippled out and spread out. Wave after wave of blue water droplets slowly condensed in the air, covering Zhuowen's entire body in hair. The cold blue color actually caused Zhuowen's long hair to faintly reveal a faint dark blue color, which was demonic and unique. Zhuowen had pushed his spear intent to the limit. At this moment it was as if he was the heavens and earth. Every move of his could trigger the power of the heavens and earth. When the blue water droplets condensed to the limit, Zhuowen made his move. His movement was very simple, but also very profound. With a shake of the bone spear, the cold spear tip pierced through space and froze time. Boom! 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 Instantly, a rain of blue spear shadows gushed out from Zhuowen like a wave. Layer upon layer, they were densely packed and took up almost half of the area. There was actually a faint trend of them contending with the black flame arrow. Bang! When the terrifying spear shadows and the black flame arrow collided, the heavens and earth fell silent. Shortly after, an earth-shattering explosion surged out from the void. It was as terrifying as a tsunami. For a moment, the blue spear shadow and the black flame arrow were in a stalemate. However, the stalemate did not last long. Both of them exploded at the same time. The blue spear shadow was finally annihilated. However, the black flame arrow had also reached the point where it was about to die. Pucci. Zhuo Wen's complexion was deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This Grandmaster Yan Hua's black scorched sky explosion was truly formidable. Even though he had pushed his spear intent to the limit, it was still broken. Whoosh! 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 The few remaining black flame arrows pierced through space and flew towards Zhuowen. Their might was unstoppable. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He waved his right hand and the greater everlasting sword formation turned into a cold light that revolved around his body. When the black flame arrows flew over and collided with the sword formation, it immediately caused an intense tremor. Humph! 3 pairs of lightning wings, open for me. Looking at the few remaining black flame arrows, Zhuo Wen snorted coldly and immediately unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings. With the lightning wings unfurled, he turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the few remaining black flame arrows. After a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Grandmaster Yanhua. I'll remember today's enmity. I'll definitely pay you a visit in the future. As the lightning flashed, Zhuowen's thunderous voice pierced through the clouds and rolled down. This caused Grandmaster Yanhua's face to twitch. Just now, was that concept energy? At this moment, Huanfu Zixia could no longer remain calm. Her originally cold and indifferent face was now filled with shock. She wasn't shocked by Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion, because that was the secret technique that made Grandmaster Yanhua famous. She was shocked because the young man with the azure coffin on his back had actually blocked Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion. Furthermore, she couldn't erase the brilliant spear strike that blocked Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion from her mind. She couldn't have sensed wrongly. That brilliant spear strike contained a terrifying concept energy. Furthermore, it was a concept energy that wasn't of a low level. What that young man used just now was definitely spear intent. Only spear intent could allow an ordinary move to display such terrifying might. Even Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion was nearly blocked. This kid is terrifying. That kid isn't even 20 years old. He actually comprehended the concept energy that cultivators yearn for. This kid's talent is monstrous. Instantly, the surrounding people sobered up from the wonderful spear attack just now. They all had expressions of admiration on their faces. They knew that only the power of conception could unleash such terrifying power. Although this place was the imperial capital, where geniuses gathered, there were still very few cultivators who could comprehend the concept energy. They could be considered as 1 in 10,000. This kid was able to comprehend the concept energy at such a young age. He could definitely be considered a monstrous genius. Grandmaster Yanhua narrowed his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Zhuowen, who he didn't take seriously, was actually a genius who had comprehended the concept energy. As an upper echelon of the Arcane Guild, he clearly knew how terrifying a cultivator who had comprehended the concept energy was. As long as he was given a certain amount of time to grow, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Feng Xiang. Didn't you say that Zhuowen was just a lowly disciple from Muqin County? How could the lowly disciple that you spoke of not only cut off one of your arms, but also comprehend the legendary spear intent? Now that Zhuowen had left this place, and Li Long and Li Hu had both died because of this, Grandmaster Yan Hua's heart was filled with rage, and he vented it all on Feng Xiang. At this moment, Feng Xiang was holding his right arm that had been cut off. When he heard Grandmaster Yanhua's stern questioning, he only lowered his head and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were filled with deep resentment. As a direct descendant of the Feng clan, he was defeated by Zhuowen the first time and had his arm cut off by Zhuowen the second time. Now, he was being questioned by Grandmaster Yanhua in front of everyone, but he didn't dare to say anything. It could be said that he was extremely cowardly. At this moment, Feng Xiang's hatred for Zhuowen had reached a monstrous level. If he didn't get his revenge, he would never give up. Humph! What a piece of trash! What Zhuowen said was right. Grandmaster Yanhua coldly snorted when he saw Feng Xiang lowering his head and not saying anything. He flicked his sleeves and left the appraiser hall. The surrounding crowd all stared at Feng Xiang with mocking gazes. The sounds of discussion were like a barrage of cannons, causing Feng Xiang to no longer have the face to stay. Like a stray dog, he fled without a trace. Seeing Feng Xiang's miserable appearance, the crowd instantly burst into laughter. Jing Yun, who was in the crowd, quietly looked at Feng Xiang's miserable appearance. The infatuation in her eyes slowly faded and became much fainter. Compared to Zhuowen, the Feng Xiang that she was infatuated with was like heaven and earth. Thinking about how she had targeted Zhuowen for Feng Xiang, Jing Yun suddenly felt a flush of shame. Perhaps Zhuowen simply didn't put her in his eyes at that time. Jing Yun. Let's return to the imperial city. Huangfu Zixia once again raised her head and gazed in the direction that Zhuowen had disappeared. Her pretty face once again regained its coldness as she spoke to Jing Yun, who was beside her. Jing Yun nodded her head and obediently followed Huangfu Zixia out of this place. Lightning flashed and Zhuowen stopped in a quiet alley. His breathing was hurried and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster Yanhua was indeed not simple. Especially that final black flame sky explosion. Its power was too terrifying. Even when Zhuowen used his spear intent and the greater everlasting sword formation, he could only barely block it. After resting for around 4 hours in the secluded alley, Zhuozheng's internal injuries began to recover, and his pale complexion began to regain some color. Chapter 644. SS Vermilion Bird. The noise was like a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zhuowen was shocked to discover at the core of the imperial capital was not far away from him. At this moment, many ancient martial art practitioners had gathered around the imperial capital. These ancient martial art practitioners were all looking up at the sky with curious expressions. Zhuowen followed the crowd's gaze and also looked up at the sky. In the sky above the imperial capital, a huge bird covered in flames was flying over. Its beautiful wings were filled with terrifying flames as it soared through the air like a small sun. Vermilion bird. Looking at the huge bird in the sky, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He recognized the origin of this huge bird. The vermilion bird was an extremely terrifying origin beast. Its body also contained the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. However, the bloodline of the vermilion bird was much less than that of the fire bird, so its overall strength was much weaker than that of the fire bird. Even so, a mature vermilion bird's strength could reach the level of an ultimate nine-will emperor. Furthermore, this vermilion bird was so huge that it was obviously a mature vermilion bird. Its strength was even more terrifying than an ordinary ultimate nine-will emperor. Flames burned the sky. 2 figures stood on the vermilion bird's huge back. One of them was tall and straight like a bamboo pole. He wore a ghost mask and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the aura that he faintly exuded was extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen could not help but tremble when he looked at him from afar. This person's strength definitely surpassed Zhuowen's. Otherwise, Zhuowen would not be able to feel such a strong sense of danger from him. This sense of danger caused Zhuowen to tremble uncontrollably. This person is too dangerous. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen looked at the person with the ghost mask on the vermilion bird's back. His face was filled with fear. Zhuowen's sense of danger was far stronger than that of ordinary people. He could feel that the person with the ghost mask was extremely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he could not even think of resisting. The other person on the back of the Zhuowen bird was a slender and elegant figure. Her figure was slender and graceful, with a light veil wrapped around her body. She was like a pure and holy fairy that had descended to the mortal world. This was a young girl about the same age as Zhuowen. A pair of bare feet stepped on the back of the vermilion bird, forming the shadow of a lotus flower behind her. Zhuoye was different. She stood aloof from the world, like a lotus flower rising from the water. This woman's face was covered by a veil, so it was impossible to see her true appearance. However, the unique temperament that she exuded attracted the gazes of countless cultivators below. This temperament was very unique and also very outstanding. Just by raising her hand, this woman was able to display the most gentle and beautiful feeling. This was a beauty that came from the inside out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the beautiful figure that stood out from the crowd. He actually revealed a trace of absent-mindedness. The temperament of this woman's every move was like a drug that firmly attracted him, causing him to be completely addicted and unable to extricate himself. What a unique temperament, what an elegant and wonderful person. Involuntarily, Zhuowen silently praised in his heart. On top of the vermilion bird, the beautiful figure seemed to have felt Zhuowen's gaze. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and that pair of cold and elegant autumn eyes met with Zhuowen's gaze. Immediately, Zhuowen keenly discovered that this woman's originally cold autumn eyes actually revealed a rare trace of strangeness. This trace of strangeness was like a stone falling into water, causing waves of ripples on the surface of the water, breaking the calm. However, this trace of strangeness only lasted for a moment. The ripples in the woman's autumn eyes disappeared, and she regained her calm. She only glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, and then naturally turned her head away. A clear bird cry resounded through the clouds. The gigantic vermilion bird suddenly flew through the air and directly entered the imperial city. The enormous dragon-shaped chi above the imperial city did not obstruct it in the slightest, allowing the vermilion bird to enter. That pair of eyes. So familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Lowering his head, Zhuowen muttered to himself in deep thought. Just now, when their eyes met, Zhuowen felt that the gaze of the woman on the vermilion bird gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Is it my imagination? Shaking his head, Zhuowen once again gazed deeply in the direction of the imperial city. He knew that to be able to use the vermilion bird as a mount, and to be able to enter the imperial city so casually, the identities of the two people on the vermilion bird were extraordinary. Throwing away the wild thoughts in his mind, Zhuowen no longer thought about the identities of the two people on the vermilion bird. Instead, he found a martial warriors on the road, and after asking for directions, he followed the directions of a passerby and headed towards the drunk spring pavilion. What Zhuowen did not see was that when he turned around to leave, the beautiful figure on the vermilion bird that had not yet landed suddenly turned her head slightly. A pair of ink-like beautiful eyes stared closely at Zhuowen's back. A trace of strangeness spread out in her eyes like a tide. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not notice it at all. In the center of the imperial city that was like a huge coiling dragon, there was an extremely large square. This square was filled with hundreds of stone pillars that pierced the sky and the earth. The stone pillars were carved with lifelike dragons that seemed to soar into the sky. Screech! A clear bird cry rang out. A gigantic fiery red bird, like a falling meteorite, suddenly stopped in the middle of the square. Its flame-like feathers emitted a frightening light. At this moment, in the center of the square, a group of people wearing heavy armor and riding dragon horses quietly stood in place. This group was the Imperial Guard, and the strong man in front of the group was the commander of the Imperial Guard. Under the command of the Qing Emperor, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Jing, respectfully welcomes the arrival of the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. The Qing Emperor is very happy that the Saintess has come to a small place like our Qing Xian Empire. He has personally arranged a banquet in the throne room to welcome the two distinguished guests of the Burning Heaven sect. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Jing, was very humble. He was very clear about the strength of the Burning Heaven sect. It was a powerful existence comparable to the Blue Dragon Hall. Although its sphere of influence was not in the Eastern land, its strength was so great that it could destroy the Qing Xian Empire with a wave of its hand. Now, the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect was actually willing to come to a small place like the Qing Xian Empire. How could the Qing Emperor dare to neglect her? Li Jing was personally instructed by the Qing Emperor. It could be seen how much importance the Qing Emperor attached to this guest. Then I'll have to trouble the Qing Emperor. A melodious voice like that of a lark came from the vermilion bird. Soon after, two figures slowly descended from the vermilion bird. The extraordinary woman, whose face was covered by a veil, was quietly floating in the air with bare feet. She was pure and holy like a fairy. Looking at this woman with an otherworldly temperament, Li Jing was stunned. However, he quickly recovered and quickly lowered his head, saying, "It's no trouble at all." The Qing Emperor said that this is his honor. "Please follow me to the throne room. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lead the way." The woman chuckled and said indifferently. Li Jing cupped his hands and led the way with a straight figure. They walked along the red carpet in the square toward the huge throne room. The Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect and the man with the ghost mask slowly followed behind Li Jing. At the entrance of the throne room, Li Jing humbly saluted and said, "Please come in. I'm not qualified to enter the throne room, so I can only send you here." The two nodded. Immediately, the Saintess glanced at the man with the ghost mask beside her and said softly, "Elder Chiu." The man with the ghost mask nodded, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He suddenly stomped his feet and a terrifying aura burst out. It soared into the sky like a pillar that held up the sky. The dragon Qi above the imperial city was affected by this aura and roared in horror. "Qing Emperor! Since when did you have such a big reputation? We've already arrived at the throne room. Are you still going to hide inside?" The man with the ghost mask said coldly. Li Jing, who was not far away, looked at the terrifying aura of the man with the ghost mask and trembled. This man was too terrifying. Just this aura alone made him feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Even the dragon Qi of the Qing Emperor was shaken by this aura. Only an Emperor Power Realm warrior with similar strength as the Qing Emperor could do this. He knew that the man with the ghost mask was actually an Emperor Power Realm warrior who was no weaker than the Qing Emperor. "Ha! Please don't be angry. I was dealing with some matters just now, so I neglected you. I hope you don't take it to heart." A hearty laughter burst out from the throne room like rolling thunder. Immediately, a green figure slowly walked out from the throne room. His aura was as terrifying as the sun, the moon, and the stars. The green figure slowly walked out, surrounded by green Qi. This man looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was white and he had no facial hair. His eyes were like bright moons and stars. The green Qi around him transformed into many green dragons. The green dragons crawled under his feet as if he was stepping on thousands of dragons. He looked down on the world like a deity. This man was the highest leader of the Qing Xian Empire. He was the #1 expert and the guardian of the imperial city. He was the only terrifying expert who had reached the emperor realm in the Qing Xian Empire. The man with the ghost mask squinted his eyes and stared at the high-spirited Qing Emperor. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect a peerless figure like you to appear in such a small place like the Qing Xian Empire. If I am not wrong, you should have reached the second heaven emperor realm." The corner of Cyan Emperor's mouth held a smile as he said, "You should be Burning Sky Sex Elder Funju, Qiu Yan, right?" As expected of an expert at the second level of the emperor realm, to actually be able to see through this emperor's cultivation realm with a single glance. You flatter me. You are quite talented to be able to reach the second heaven emperor realm in such a small place. My lady and I have come without notice. You will welcome us, right? Qiu Yan said indifferently. Ha! Elder Qiu, you must be joking. It is my honor to have the two of you here. Come in. I have already prepared a banquet for the two of you in the throne room. Come in quickly. The Qing Emperor was very enthusiastic. Qiu Yan and the Holy Maiden nodded and followed the Qing Emperor into the throne room. There were many banquets in the throne room. There were many people sitting at the banquets, and most of them were the upper echelons of the imperial family. Chapter 645. Huangfu Wuji. The throne room was extremely large and was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling manner. In the center of the room, there was a huge table that divided the throne room into two parts like a waterfall. Many people were sitting on the table. These people were dressed appropriately, their movements were elegant, and their faces were filled with warm smiles. They were basically the upper echelons of the imperial family, and it was Emperor Qing's order to gather here. Everyone. These two people are honored guests from the Burning Heaven sect. This person is the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden, and beside her is the Burning Heaven sect's elder Funju, Qiu Yan. Emperor Qing had a smile on his face as he introduced the two people beside him to everyone present. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely grand and echoed in the surroundings. It's actually the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. I never thought that the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden would actually come to our Qing Xian Empire. Looks like this is all due to Qing Emperor's face. Even the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was invited. Everyone on the table was silent at first, but soon after, an uproar broke out. Their gazes gathered on the veiled woman, and they all had a bit more reverence. The Burning Heaven sect was high and mighty, and was the dominant force of the southern barbarian. Its status was on par with the dominant force of the eastern lands, the Blue Dragon Hull. The Holy Maiden was one of the symbols of the Burning Heaven sect, and her status was extremely high. If nothing unexpected happened, the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden could inherit the position of the Burning Heaven sect's sect master, and become the master of the entire Burning Heaven sect. This was the future overlord of the Heavenly Armor Continent, someone who could affect the entire Heavenly Armor Continent. Who would have thought that she would actually come to their small Qing Xian Empire? How could they not be shocked? Although many people knew that it was the Burning Heaven sect that came, they did not expect it to be the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. The corners of the Azure Emperor's mouth curled up in a smile, but he was extremely puzzled in his heart. Actually, he was also extremely puzzled by the sudden arrival of the Burning Heaven sect. Previously, he hadn't notified them at all. It was only when the Vermilion Bird arrived at the imperial capital that Qiu Yan suddenly transmitted a message to him from 1,000 miles away. Only then did he know. The Lotus Emperor did not know why the two of them had suddenly come. However, since these two distinguished guests had come, the Lotus Emperor naturally would not neglect them. I've long heard of the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden's name. Wuji greets the Holy Maiden. What is the Holy Maiden's name? A figure slowly walked over from the other end of the table. This person was over 20 years old. He wore a purple robe with the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the front of the robe. A noble aura that could not be concealed gushed out, forming traces of an indescribable aura around him. This person had slender limbs, delicate features, and a calm and gentle expression. At first glance, he seemed like a scholar, but from the bright light that flickered in his eyes, it could be seen that this person was not simple. Ha! Holy Maiden, this person is the imperial family's second prince, Huangfu Wuji. He can be considered my junior. In terms of literary and military skills, in terms of the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, song, and martial talent, he is the best of the best. He has the talent to be a great general and has the talent to rule the world. He can be considered one of the most outstanding juniors of the imperial family. Looking at the purple-robed youth walking over, the Lotus Emperor curled his lips. He pointed at Huangfu Wuji and enthusiastically introduced him. The veiled woman gently nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as water from beginning to end. Her cold voice slowly sounded out, Wuxia. Greetings to the second prince. The veiled woman's cold response caused the smile on Huangfu Wuji's face to stiffen. However, this person was clearly quite shrewd. His expression was still as warm as the sun. He said, so the holy maiden's name is Wuxia. This is a good name. Wuxia has the meaning of admiration. It seems that Miss Wuxia likes to look at snow. The second prince has misunderstood. Blood is blood as in fresh blood, not snow as in white snow. Moreover, I don't like to look at snow. Wuxia coldly said. Huangfu Wuji's expression froze once again, his face filled with embarrassment. However, Huangfu Wuji was extremely shrewd. Even though he had been thwarted twice, he still continued to speak to Wuxia. His elegant demeanor and handsome face was filled with gentleness, giving off a feeling as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. If it were an ordinary woman, they would have already had a favorable impression of Huangfu Wuji. However, Wuxia had been extremely cold from beginning to end. She could feel that this Huangfu Wuji was extremely scheming, and he was also an expert at scheming. Wuxia was well aware that the reason Huangfu Wuji was so enthusiastic towards her was because of her status and status. The status of the Burning Heaven Sect's holy maiden was enough to cause many handsome young men to break their heads in pursuit of her. Even if she was ugly, there would still be countless people chasing after her. Wuxia was well aware that these people were not chasing after her heart, but rather her status and status. Thinking of this, Wuxia became even more fed up with Huangfu Wuji's face. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of a wanton and unrestrained figure. Perhaps only he treats me with sincerity and sincerity. He is the only one who truly loves me. Thinking of that figure, Wuxia's cherry lips under the veil curled up slightly and her cheeks turned slightly red. The banquet continued. The table was bustling with noise and excitement. Huangfu Wuji was undaunted. Even though Wuxia was neither cold nor indifferent, he still tried to find something to talk about in order to attract Wuxia's attention. Miss Wuxia, for what reason have you two come to my Qing Xian Empire? After all, one does not visit a temple without a cause. At the center of the table, the Cyan Emperor raised his wine cup and stared at Wuxia and Qiu Yan. This time, your Qing Xian Empire's War of the Nine Counties is about to begin. Every time the War of the Nine Counties occurs, it can be considered the most prestigious event of your Qing Xian Empire. Old Qiu and I just happened to be passing by and wanted to stay here for a period of time, so we wanted to see your Qing Xian Empire's War of the Nine Counties. Wuxia slowly said. So that's how it is. Since Miss Wuxia wants to see the War of the Nine Counties, this emperor will not neglect her. This time, I will personally preside over the War of the Nine Counties, so I will certainly arrange a good seat for Miss Wuxia. Although there were some doubts in the Cyan Emperor's heart, he didn't care. He drank the wine in his cup, a carefree expression on his face. Then I must thank your Majesty Cyan Emperor. Wuxia lightly smiled and bowed. There is no need to be polite. For Miss Wuxia to come to the imperial city is an honor for this emperor. If I don't properly entertain you, then this emperor will seem stingy. The Cyan Emperor smiled. Time passed and the banquet came to an end. Wuxia gently stood up and said, Your Highness Cyan Emperor, Wuxia is a bit drunk and would like to return to my room to rest. I wonder if you can provide a room for me. Ha! It's just a small matter. Wuji, quickly bring Miss Wuxia and Elder Qiu Yan to the two best rooms. Do not neglect them. The Cyan Emperor heartily said. Huangfu Wuji's expression was calm and light. Hearing the Cyan Emperor's words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness can rest assured. Wuji will definitely take care of this matter." As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji turned around and gracefully bowed to Muxue. He smiled and said, "Miss Muxue, please follow me. I will arrange a good room for you. Then I'll have to trouble the second prince." Muxue lightly nodded, a light smile hanging on her lips. Then, Huangfu Wuji brought Muxue and Qiu Yan out of the throne room. At the same time, everyone else in the hall also stood up and bid their farewells. Suddenly, the originally lively throne room became quiet. Only the Cyan Emperor remained on the table. At this moment, the hearty smile on the Cyan Emperor's face had already vanished. His eyes narrowed into slits as he faintly faced the empty hall and said in a low voice, "Have you investigated? Do you know why the Burning Heaven sect saintess suddenly came to our Qing Xian Empire? Your Highness, this matter is not easy to investigate. After all, the Burning Heaven sect saintess always has an emperor-level powerhouse like Qiu Yan by her side. Wanting to find any trace of her is extremely difficult. However, from some clues, this saintess came from the excellent Divine Institute." In the depths of the empty hall, a hoarse voice slowly sounded out. It was clear that someone was hiding in the shadows of the hall. "Excellent Divine Institute. I've heard that the Holy Ice Fire Talisman of the 9 Great Holy Talismans exists within the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. The Burning Sky sect has always wanted to obtain the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. Back then, they had sent many holy maidens to the Holy Ice Fire Talisman to obtain the qualifications to obtain it. Unfortunately, the Holy Ice Flame symbol is a heavenly treasure. Moreover, it has been sealed by the excellent Divine Institute for a long time. Wanting to obtain the Holy Ice Flame symbol's approval is far too difficult. Even the inner disciples of the excellent Divine Institute have never succeeded, let alone the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect." The Qing Emperor nodded. He wasn't surprised that Muxue came from the excellent Divine Institute. However, he was puzzled. The Qing Xian Empire was considered a small power in the eastern lands. Why would Muxue want to come to the Qing Xian Empire? Although the Battle of the 9 Countries was the highest level event in the Qing Xian Empire, for the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, this event wasn't even worth mentioning, let alone personally coming to watch. "Your Highness. What do we need to do?" In the hall, the hoarse voice sounded out again. "Do nothing. The saintess of the Burning Heaven sect has a noble status. She isn't someone we can touch. Once we touch her, even the Blue Dragon Hall won't be able to protect us. Since she came to watch the Battle of the 9 Countries, then let her watch." The Qing Emperor shook his head. After he finished speaking, the entire hall turned pitch black and became silent once again. In the intoxicated spring pavilion, in the side room where Zhuoan was, Lu anxiously paced around the room. Apart from Lu the charming lady was also present. At this moment, her brows were tightly knitted and there was a trace of anxiety in her beautiful eyes. "Mother. What should we do? Young Master Zhuo hasn't returned for 3 days. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Why don't we talk to the leader of Muqin County?" Lu suddenly came in front of Mother Su and said anxiously. "Don't talk about it first. You said that Zhuoan actually offended Feng Xiang of the Feng family and Master Yanhua of the Arcane Guild at the same time?" Mother Su asked solemnly. Lu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still recounted everything that happened in the appraiser hall. Chapter 646. Sun Yang was shocked. Sun Yang was one of the managers of the Drunken Spring Pavilion after all. She was much more mature and steady in her actions. Although she heard her story, she was also very shocked and furious. She was annoyed that Zhuoan was really a troublemaker. Although Feng Xiang was a direct descendant of the Feng clan, he could only be considered an ordinary genius. Sun Yang wasn't too worried about offending Feng Xiang. However, not only did Zhuowen offend Feng Xiang, but he also offended a high-ranking member of the Arcane Guild like Master Yanhua. This made things much more troublesome. Although Mother Su was not afraid of Master Yanhua at all with her strength, Master Yanhua's father was the second elder of the Arcane Guild, Elder Glaze. He was a true elder of the Arcane Guild and could kill her with a wave of his hand. Even she didn't dare to offend Master Yanhua. That Zhuowen was really stupid to offend such a person. Moreover, Master Yanhua was very powerful. If that Zhuowen left the appraisal pavilion, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Master Yanhua's hands. Mother! What should we do? Don't we care about young Master Zhuowen? Lu had a good impression of Zhuowen and naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. AI. That Zhuowen is a guest of our drunken spring pavilion after all. Moreover, it was you who brought him to the appraisal pavilion. I can't not care about this matter. Sun Yang patted her head with a slight headache. She had already cursed Zhuowen in her heart. This kid was too good at causing trouble. She was unlucky to be staying at the drunken spring pavilion this time. That's great. Lu knows that mother is the best. Lu immediately smiled through her tears. All right. Stop crying. If you continue crying, you'll have wrinkles. I'll go to the appraisal pavilion personally. As long as that Master Yanhua's loss is compensated, my reputation is still useful. Sun Yang sighed softly. Her face was full of helplessness. Lu's face was instantly filled with joy and she was quite touched. Let's go. Let's go to the appraisal pavilion first. As she spoke, Sun Yang pulled Lu out of the room. After walking out of the Snow Moon region, they arrived at the Windflower region. At this moment, Lu Hantian, who was dressed in Rag's Flower region, was looking around as if he was looking at the surrounding girls with a wretched expression. Looking at Lu Hantian's wretchedness, Lady Su and Lu were speechless. Lu's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disgust. She hated wretched people like Lu Hantian the most. Mother Su, on the other hand, didn't show any disgust. Instead, she showed a hint of admiration. Mother Su had been in love for many years, so she had an extremely keen sense of observation. Although Lu Hantian was looking around with a wretched expression on his face, if one looked carefully, they would notice that Lu Hantian was standing on the path that Sun Yang had to pass when she came out of Zhuowen's room. Coupled with Lu Hantian's posture, it was clear that Lu Hantian was deliberately standing here to wait for them. Young Master Lu. Sun Yang wanted to call out to Lu Hantian, but she realized she didn't know how to address the old beggar. She could only brace herself and call him young master. Oh! Is the young Master Lu that everyone loves? Flowers bloom when they see him, men feel inferior when they see him, and women blush when they see him? If so, then it's me. Kaka. Lu Hantian, that slut, stroked his messy hair and struck a pose that he thought was handsome. His face revealed a lonely expression as he stared at Mother Su and Lu with blurred eyes. Sun Yang and Lu were speechless. They stared at Lu Hantian with strange gazes. I saw the two of you come out of Zhuowen's room. Why didn't that brat come out? Lu Hantian suddenly became serious. He stared at Sun Yang and asked. Lu Hantian trembled. She looked nervous. Sun Yang narrowed her eyes. It was as she had guessed. This Lu Hantian was waiting for her. He must have sensed something. He. Young Master Zhua is still cultivating in his room. Young Master Zhua is working very hard for the 9 Counties War. We came out first. Sun Yang laughed dryly. Oh. Is that so? Why did I hear the two of you say that Zhuowen was stopped at the entrance of the inspection treasure hall? Why is Zhuowen cultivating in his room? Lu Hantian said indifferently. His gaze became extremely sharp. You were in your room? Sun Yang was shocked. She couldn't help but turn pale. This Lu Hantian actually heard their conversation from his room. She didn't notice it at all. For this to happen, it was either Lu Hantian's concealment ability was extremely strong, or the other party's strength was far greater than hers. Either way, this sloppy Lu Hantian wasn't simple. Tell me. Zhuo Wen is your father's brother. If anything happens to him, your drunken spring pavilion won't need to continue operating. No matter what background you have, your father will still turn it upside down. Lu Hantian crossed his arms and sneered. A terrifying aura faintly leaked out. With Lu Hantian as the center, the surrounding space started to distort. What terrifying strength! Sun Yang's face turned pale when she felt the terrifying aura faintly emitted by Lu Hantian. This Lu Hantian's strength was too terrifying. Just this part of his aura made her unable to resist. Young Master Lu, please calm down. Since you were in your room just now, you should know what happened. I don't need to repeat myself. Sun Yang could only brace herself and say. Take me to the appraisal pavilion. I'm not familiar with the imperial capital, so you can only take me there. Lu Hantian said coldly. All right. I'll take you there now. Cold sweat had already appeared on Sun Yang's forehead. This Lu Hantian was too terrifying. He wasn't someone she could contend against. Moreover, Lu Hantian's aura had locked onto her. If she didn't follow Lu Hantian's words, she would probably suffer a calamity. Helpless, Sun Yang could only follow Lu Hantian. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, a young man with shoulder-length black hair and a green coffin on his back slowly walked over. His gaze was extremely calm. Zhuowen. Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. His originally cold face became much gentler. He laughed heartily as he patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, Zhuowen, you're not loyal at all. You didn't even take your big brother to a good place like the appraisal pavilion. Zhuowen also didn't expect to see Lu Hantian, Sun Yang, and Lu Hantian the moment he entered. Moreover, from the looks of the three of them, they should be preparing to go out. In addition to Lu Hantian's words, Zhuowen knew that the three of them should be aware of what happened to him at the appraisal pavilion. From the looks of it, Lu Hantian was obviously planning to go to the appraisal pavilion to help him out. Seeing the joy in Lu Hantian's eyes, Zhuowen felt a warmth in his heart and was slightly moved. It's my fault this time. Next time, I'll definitely take you with me. Zhuowen said with a smile. Young Master Zhuowen, how did you escape from the appraisal pavilion? Could it be that Grandmaster Yanhua and Feng Xiang didn't find trouble with you? Sun Yang's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked with some doubt. Zhuowen was so young. She didn't believe that Zhuowen's strength would be that great. The peak of the Fifth Wheel Emperor realm was most likely the ultimate Emperor realm. With such strength, how did he escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and Feng Xiang's group? Ha! I was just lucky. At that time, I also took advantage of the time when Grandmaster Yanhua and the others weren't paying attention to me to sneak out. Otherwise, with my strength, I really might have been left there. Zhuowen didn't want to talk too much about this matter. He casually gave a perfunctory reply and didn't talk about this topic any further. Oh. Then your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to escape when Grandmaster Yanhua and the others weren't paying attention. Sun Yang nodded and believed this explanation. Although Zhuowen's explanation had some loopholes, when she thought of Grandmaster Yanhua's strength, Sun Yang didn't have too many doubts. If there's nothing else, I'll return to my room first. Zhuowen nodded indifferently. After chatting with Lu Hantian for a while, he brought Lu Hantian back to his room in the Snow Moon region. As for Lu Hantian, she also followed Zhuowen back to the Snow Moon region. Sun Yang shook her head and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, This Zhuowen's luck was good and he managed to escape. Otherwise, things would have become very troublesome. Just as Sun Yang was about to return, a green-clothed manservant suddenly walked to her side and said furtively, "Manager Su. The matter that you asked me to investigate in the inspection treasure pavilion has already come to an end. No need to tell me. I already know." Did that Zhuowen luckily take advantage of Grandmaster Yanhua's inattention and secretly escape? Sun Yang waved her hand and said indifferently. "Manager Su, who did you hear this from? This matter isn't as simple as you say. That Zhuowen isn't simple at all. He forced his way out of the inspection treasure pavilion." The green-clothed manservant said in astonishment. "What? He actually forced his way in? With Grandmaster Yanhua there, how did that Zhuowen force his way in?" Sun Yang frowned slightly and said in disbelief. "Manager Su, don't be anxious. Listen to this lowly one's tireless explanation. This matter is like this." The green-clothed manservant softly recounted what happened at the entrance of the inspection treasure pavilion. He had personally sent his subordinates to the entrance of the inspection treasure pavilion to inquire about this matter. The information was definitely not wrong. Sun Yang, who originally didn't care, became more and more shocked the more she heard. The difference between what this green-clothed manservant said and what Zhuowen said was like heaven and earth. Not only did this Zhuowen force his way in, but he also killed 2 rank 4 arcana masters, Li Hu and Li Long. Zhuowen even broke one of Feng Xiang's arms. Even Grandmaster Yanhua's famous secret technique, Black Flame Explosion, was unable to stop Zhuowen. That Zhuowen is actually this strong? His aura doesn't seem strong. How could he have escaped from Grandmaster Yanhua's Black Flame Explosion? Are you lying to me? Sun Yang frowned and said in displeasure. Manager Su. Don't accuse this lowly one wrongly. This matter is absolutely true. The reason that Zhuowen was able to escape from Grandmaster Yanhua's Black Flame Explosion was because, according to the witnesses, that Zhuowen had grasped the power of concept. It was this power of concept that allowed that Zhuowen to display such terrifying strength and block the Black Flame Explosion. The green-clothed manservant said in a pitiful manner as he clasped his hands together. Chapter 647. Moon Pavilion. Time flowed by like a white steed flitting by a crack. It had been over 20 days since Zhuowen returned from the appraiser pavilion. A month's time had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Zhuowen had basically been in seclusion in his room. The power of Master Yanhua's Black Flame Sky Explosion was too terrifying. Although he had barely escaped with the help of his advanced spear intent, Zhuowen had suffered serious internal injuries. Zhuowen had spent half a month recuperating from his internal injuries. He had basically used the remaining time to meditate and cultivate. At the same time, he had used the earth fire to temper the strength of his body. Zhuowen had a feeling that the great Nirvana Sun might have a breakthrough in the near future. If I use the Phoenix Blood Essence to temper the body, I should be able to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun to the second stage, the Destruction Realm. In the room, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was flickering. He waved his right hand and a drop of dazzling golden liquid floated before him. It was the drop of Phoenix Blood Essence that he had extracted from the fire bird's plume feather. The Phoenix Blood Essence contained extremely hot energy. It was most suitable for tempering the body. Moreover, the great Nirvana Sun had a certain relationship with the Phoenix. The combination of the two would definitely allow Zhuowen's body to reach an extremely powerful effect. Now is not the time. When the great Nirvana Sun is about to break through, it will require an extremely large amount of hot energy. That would be the best time to use the Phoenix Blood Essence. His eyes flashed slightly. Zhuowen still kept the Phoenix Blood Essence in front of him. Although the Phoenix Blood Essence was extremely powerful, Zhuowen only had one drop. If he used it now and did not succeed in breaking through, then the loss would outweigh the gain. How good would it be if I had a few more drops of phoenix blood essence? Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not help but sigh softly. Dong dong dong. A hurried knock on the door caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. He said, "Come in." The door was opened and the sloppy Lu Hantian walked in. "Big brother? Why are you here today?" Seeing Lu Hantian come in, Zhuowen revealed a smile. "Brat, you're really a freak. You've already arrived at the Imperial City, yet you've been cooped up in your room all this time. Tomorrow, we'll be heading to the world-suppressing formation and entering the Imperial City. Don't you plan to go out and play today?" Lu Hantian sat at the table in the middle of the room without any trace of politeness. He casually took a sip of herbal tea and looked at Zhuowen, who was sitting on the praying mat like an ascetic monk. He couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. The War of the 9 Counties is imminent. How can I slack off? Zhuowen faintly smiled. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lu Hantian could not help but nod. Zhuowen had talent, perseverance, and luck. It was not a coincidence that he was able to walk step by step from a low-level city to where he was now. Although what you said is not wrong, today is the last day. Even if you cultivate, you won't be able to gain much. Go out and play with your big brother. I heard that today, there will be a grand event in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Countless young talents from the Imperial City will be participating. You can't miss it. Lu Hantian very casually came to Zhuowen's side. He revealed a vulgar smile and put his arm around Zhuowen's shoulder. Zhuowen knew that Lu Hantian's attitude meant that his desire to continue cultivating was basically dashed. It just so happened that he also felt that there was nothing to gain from continuing to cultivate. Therefore, he spread out his hands and said, "Okay. Today, I'll relax a little." "Ha! That's my good brother, Lu Hantian." Lu Hantian laughed and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. He suddenly said, "Zhuowen, do you know that during the time you were in seclusion, a big event happened in the Imperial City?" "Oh. Big event?" Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately became interested and asked. "It is said that the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect personally came to the Imperial City. She wishes to observe the War of the 9 Counties tomorrow. For this reason, many young talents in the Imperial City are rubbing their hands together. They want to perform well in the War of the 9 Counties. This time, the War of the 9 Counties will undoubtedly become very intense." Lu Hantian suddenly said in a serious tone. "What? The Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect came to the Imperial City?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but think about 20 days ago. In the sky above the Imperial City, there was a beautiful figure with a light veil covering her face as she rode a huge vermilion bird into the Imperial City. Although that beautiful figure had a unique temperament and her background was definitely not weak, he didn't expect her background to be so deep. She was actually the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. The Heavenly Armor continent was divided into 5 major regions. Their Qing Xian Empire was located in the eastern region of the continent, called the Eastern Land. And the largest power in the Eastern Land was undoubtedly the Blue Dragon Hall. The southern region of the Heavenly Armor continent was called the Southern Barbarian. And the strongest power in the Southern Barbarian was the Burning Heaven sect. Speaking of which, the Burning Heaven sect's power wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall. They were both colossal powers in the Heavenly Armor continent. And the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was personally selected by the Burning Heaven sect's sect master. She was the most outstanding monstrous genius of her generation. Her status and identity were lofty existences in the Burning Heaven sect. If there were no accidents, she could basically become the next sect master of the Burning Heaven sect. It could be said that the status of the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was definitely much higher than the Qing Emperor of the Qing Xian Empire. She was a peerless heaven's pride comparable to the Blue Dragon Hall's Holy Maiden. The arrival of such a character in the Imperial City would naturally cause a huge uproar. Zhuowen. The burning heaven sect's holy maiden. Brat, if you can catch the holy maiden's fancy, your future will definitely be smooth and limitless. Lu Hantian licked his face and said with a rather vulgar smile. That expression made Zhuowen only want to give him a slap. Shaking his head, Zhuowen really didn't have any interest in the burning heaven sect's holy maiden. She was a heaven's pride. Her status was even higher than the Qing emperor's. How could she possibly fancy a lowly brat like him? Zhuowen's principle had always been to be down to earth and not to reach the heavens in a single bound. In his opinion, only things that he obtained through his own efforts could truly belong to him. As for relying on a huge power as his backing, Zhuowen didn't really like it. This kind of thing is too far away for me. Zhuowen shook his head and said rather calmly. That's right. The burning heaven sect is really too big. We really can't climb up to them. Let's go to the Windflower District first. I heard that there's a big gathering in the Windflower District tonight. All the young talents in the imperial capital will basically gather here. Lu Hantian said with a big laugh. Big gathering? What gathering? Zhuowen asked in confusion. Hee. You'll know when you get there. There are still people waiting for us downstairs. Don't let them wait for too long. Lu Hantian said mysteriously. Zhuowen helplessly shrugged his shoulders and could only follow Lu Hantian out of the room. He saw that there were indeed 6 people quietly waiting downstairs. These 6 people were none other than the genius representatives of Muqing County, Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, Qin Batian, and Ling Wushuang. Beside the 5 of them was the dignified Lu Nantian who wore a purple robe. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen greeted the 6 people and walked towards the Windflower District in front of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. After not coming out for a long time, Zhuowen discovered that the number of people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion had actually increased by several times compared to before. At a glance, all of them were basically martial artists with powerful auras. Moreover, these martial artists' ages were basically similar to them. During the time you were in seclusion, the geniuses from other counties basically arrived in the imperial capital. The Drunken Spring Pavilion is one of the largest inns in the imperial capital. Naturally, it attracted many geniuses from other counties to stay. Seeing Zhuowen's puzzled expression, Lu Hantian softly explained a few words, which made Zhuowen suddenly feel enlightened. It seemed that the Drunken Spring Pavilion's reputation was indeed quite big. It could actually attract so many geniuses from other counties. After passing through the Snow Moon District and entering the Windflower District, Zhuowen was astonished to discover that the Windflower District was actually bustling with people coming and going. Looks like many people arrived much earlier than us. I wonder if there are any seats left. Looking at the sea of people in the Windflower District, Lu Hantian frowned slightly, and his expression was slightly displeased. After some squeezing, the group of 8 finally arrived at the core area of the Windflower District. The core area of the Windflower District was naturally the enormous stage that stood in the center. Around the stage were numerous pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The positions of these pavilions were just right, and one could clearly see the graceful dancers on the stage. At the very front of these pavilions, there was an enormous pagoda-shaped pavilion. At the top of the pagoda-shaped pavilion, there was a large area. At this moment, there were many people sitting in that area. These people all had powerful auras and were dressed in luxurious clothes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. This is the Moon-Embracing Pavilion, the most luxurious and high-end pavilion in the Windflower District. It is also the best place to view the scenery. Let's go up as well. Lu Nantian softly laughed. As he spoke, Lu Nantian led the people behind him and headed towards the Moon-Embracing Pavilion. After confirming that Lu Nantian was the lord of Muqing County, the guards of the Moon-Embracing Pavilion did not stop them too much. The Moon-Embracing Pavilion was the most luxurious pavilion in the Windflower District. Normally, the people it entertained were all people of prominent status. Lu Nantian, as the lord of a county, naturally had the qualifications to bring people into the moon-embracing pavilion. The area at the top of the moon-embracing pavilion was indeed extremely large. At a glance, it could accommodate hundreds of people without a problem. At this moment, there were not many people in the moon-embracing pavilion. In such a large area, it seemed rather deserted. "Brother Lu. You guys are here too. You guys came quite early this time." A warm voice suddenly sounded. Lu Nantian and the others looked over and immediately saw a smiling Qiu Changxing leading Qiu Xiaoyun and a few other juniors towards Lu Nantian and the others. "Brother Qiu. You came even earlier. We just arrived and saw you here." Lu Nantian said politely. "We also just arrived not long ago. Come, let's sit by the window and chat slowly." Qiu Changxing said rather enthusiastically. Lu Nantian nodded and led Zhuowen and the others to a seat by the window. Through the window, they looked down at the densely packed people below like a swarm of ants. Zhuowen felt a feeling of looking down at the mountains, as if everything was under his control. No wonder high officials and dignitaries like to climb up to the moon-embracing pavilion. This feeling of looking down on all living things and being high above was extremely enjoyable for those people in high positions. Thinking of this feeling, Zhuowen could not help but shake his head. This drunken spring pavilion really knew how to do business. They could actually figure out the psychology of these high officials and dignitaries. No wonder people were willing to spend a lot of money in this drunken spring pavilion. Chapter 648. Flamewing below the moon-embracing pavilion, the originally noisy crowd had become much quieter at this moment. Soon after, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, a fiery cloud that was like the sun was suddenly rushing over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this huge fiery figure shuttled through space and suddenly arrived above the moon-embracing pavilion. Only then could everyone clearly see that the fiery figure was actually a giant bird that was dozens of feet in size. Vermilion bird. Within the moon-embracing pavilion, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he immediately recognized this giant fiery red bird. Wasn't this the vermilion bird that had entered the imperial city? And the appearance of the vermilion bird also meant, as he thought of this, Zhuowen's gaze shifted upwards and immediately saw the graceful woman on the back of the vermilion bird. Her face was covered by a veil, and she stood barefooted. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, and stood out from the crowd. Beside the veiled woman, a man with a ghost mask silently stood. He was like a dedicated bodyguard that constantly stood beside the woman. The instant the vermilion bird appeared, another dazzling brilliance swept over from the horizon. It was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived beside the vermilion bird in the sky above the moon-embracing pavilion. The brilliance converged to reveal a magnificent flying boat that shone with gold and jewels. "Miss Wuxia. This vermilion bird mount of yours truly possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. It can spread its wings and soar thousands of miles in a single leap. Wuji is very envious." A refined and clear voice was slowly transmitted from the dazzling flying boat. Following the voice, a handsome young man wearing a purple long robe with purple hair draped over his shoulders stood on the flying boat. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a refined smile. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the beautiful figure on the vermilion bird. "Isn't that the second prince of the imperial city, Huangfu Wuji? I never thought that the second prince would actually come here." In the past, the imperial city in Blue Dragon Hall would not participate in such a grand event. Only the geniuses of the 8 large counties would participate. I never thought that even the second prince would come this time. I'm afraid that the second prince did not come for the grand event of the intoxicated spring pavilion. Don't you see the woman on the vermilion bird? If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be the burning heaven sex saintess. Everyone's gazes from top to bottom of the moon-embracing pavilion converged over. They all knew that this woman should be the holy maiden of the Burning Sky sect who had suddenly descended upon the world and stood alone on the vermilion bird. In an instant, a wave was set off in the surroundings of the moon-embracing pavilion. Everyone's gazes were blazing as they stared at the beautiful figure on top of the vermilion bird. They all understood how noble the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect was. At this moment, she had actually descended to the moon-embracing pavilion. How could everyone not be indescribably excited? Ouch! Your Highness the Second Prince, I didn't expect you to come as well. Mother Su is truly honored. And this noble holy maiden, quickly come to the moon-embracing pavilion. Mother Su will choose the best seats for you. A flattering voice instantly sounded out from within the embracing moon pavilion. A woman who still retained her charm leisurely walked over from who knows where. Her voluptuous figure swayed like a lily, and her face was full of smiles. Huangfu Wuji faintly smiled. His gaze immediately fell on the beautiful figure on top of the vermilion bird. He smiled and said, "What does Miss Wuxia think?" The veiled woman did not reply. She faintly glanced at Huangfu Wuji. Her jade feet lightly tapped the air, and she floated down to the top floor of the moon-embracing pavilion. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but this woman actually sat not too far away from Zhuowen. Because Qiu Changsheng, Lu Nantian, and Lu Hantian were chatting with each other, Zhuowen, Lvetao, and the other juniors naturally did not disturb the mood of the three. Instead, they casually found a seat near the window, and silently watched the performance below as they sipped their wine. The arrival of the vermilion bird naturally attracted the attention of Zhuowen and the others. At this moment, Wuxia was like a fluttering butterfly, gracefully landing not too far away from them. Huangfu Wuji did not care about Wuxia's attitude. He faintly smiled, and with a step, he gracefully landed in the moon-embracing pavilion. He casually sat across from Wuxia, the corners of his mouth filled with a warm smile. Wuxia's willowy eyebrows wrinkled. Huangfu Wuji's behavior of sitting across from her caused her to feel a little displeased, but she did not show it. Wuxia's ethereal temperament was like that of a goddess descending to the mortal world. She was like a lotus flower rising from the water. Even Luo Sheng and Clear Lotus felt a sense of inferiority in their hearts. Although Wuxia's face was covered by a veil, and one could not clearly see her true appearance, her temperament had already far surpassed theirs. This caused the two girls to feel a sense of inferiority in their hearts. It's rare to find such an extraordinary woman with such extraordinary skills in this world. No wonder she was able to become the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. A rare ripple appeared in Lvetao's calm eyes. Even he was unable to remain calm in front of Wuxia's ethereal temperament, and it was difficult for his heart to calm down. Qiu Xiaoyun and Qin Batian were even more unbearable. Their eyes were infatuated as they stared at Wuxia's peerless figure, unable to extricate themselves. Zhuowen's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his eyes tightly staring at Wuxia's body. He felt that this woman's temperament gave him a faint sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity caused him to involuntarily recall that peerless figure. Wuxia? Mu Qinxue? No, although their temperaments are somewhat similar, the feeling they give me is that they are not the same person. Perhaps the two of them know each other. Looking at Wuxia, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of thoughtfulness. Although Wuxia's temperament was very similar to Mu Qinxue's, if one carefully observed, there were actually subtle differences between the two. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Mu Qinxue is currently in the Jia Shen Academy. How could she possibly come to the Qing Xian Empire? Shaking his head, Zhuowen's gaze slightly shifted, no longer paying attention to Wuxia. Although Wuxia's temperament was otherworldly and elegant, Zhuowen's heart was already occupied by someone else. Naturally, he did not have any other thoughts in his heart. Mu Shui, whose face was covered by a veil, shifted her starry eyes slightly. She discreetly glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. When she saw Zhuowen's absent-minded appearance, there was a trace of resentment in her soul-stirring eyes. Time passed by minute, second by second, and the crowd surrounding the moon-embracing pavilion grew. Furthermore, other than Muqing County and Luyan County, the other 6 county lords had basically brought their genius representatives into the moon-embracing pavilion. The other 6 commanderies were Ganmeng Commandery, Shijian Commandery, South Maple Commandery, Chuangue Commandery, Icebound Commandery, and Lihua Commandery. In the previous War of the 9 Commanderies, Icebound Commandery and Lihua Commandery were the 2 most powerful commanderies other than the Imperial Capital Commandery. It was said that Icebound County's number 1 genius, Wen Ao Shui, was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor leaderboard. He was only 1 rank away from the top 10 on the Green Emperor leaderboard. His strength was unfathomable, and he was much stronger than Lve Tao. As for Lihua County's number 1 genius, Prince Lai Yun, his ranking wasn't bad either. He was also ranked 13th on the Green Emperor leaderboard, and his strength was also above Lve Tao's. Furthermore, the number of geniuses from these 2 counties that entered the top 100 on the Green Emperor leaderboard was second to none among the 8 counties. This was also the reason why these 2 counties were ranked at the top. Their overall strength was also much stronger than the other counties. The county lord of Icebound County was a white-haired old man in a white robe. Beside the old man was a dignified and elegant lady with a bun on her head. This lady had long snow-white hair, but strangely, her pupils were snow-white, making her look exceptionally demonic. This lady was Icebound County's number 1 genius, Wen Ao Shui. Her strength was unfathomable, and she had always kept a low profile. The county lord of Lihua County was a middle-aged bald man with a sturdy figure. Beside him, young Master Lai Yun's figure was not any worse than this bald man. His fiery red short hair looked extremely dry, and when he breathed, there were wisps of hot air exhaling, but it was quite strange. The county lords of Icebound County and Lihua County walked side by side at the front, while the remaining 4 county lords silently followed behind them. When the county lord of Lihua County passed by Lu Nantian and Qiu Changsheng, his footsteps paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at Lu Nantian and said, "Lu Nantian, did you bring a bunch of trash from Muqing County to participate in the Great War of the 9 Counties again? This time, do you plan to take the last place or the second last place?" The county lord of Lihua County's voice was forceful and loud. As soon as he opened his mouth, his words spread throughout the entire embracing moon pavilion like a thunderclap. Some of the weaker people could not help but cover their ears, and a look of discomfort appeared on their faces. Lu Nantian stopped and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the county lord of Lihua County and said, "Flaming Bird, don't be too arrogant. You were lucky to take the 3rd place in the Great War of the 9 Counties last time, and you are already so proud of yourself." Lucky? Lu Nantian, back then, the geniuses from Muqing County were almost eliminated by our Lihua County. You actually dare to say that you were lucky? I really don't know if there is something wrong with your head or if you think too highly of yourself. Flaming Bird crossed his arms, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of Zhuoan, Lve Tao, and the others turned ugly. The county lord of Lihua County, Flaming Bird, had brought up the Great War of the 9 Counties the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to intimidate them. Humph. Back then, if my big brother, Lu Hantian, had not been trapped in the inheritance ground of the Blood Devil, your Lihua County would not have been able to act so arrogantly. Back then, when you saw my big brother, you were like a rat crossing the street with your tail between your legs. You did not even dare to fart. Lu Nantian mocked. Lu Hantian. Hee, it is fortunate that Lu Hantian was not here. Otherwise, that Lu Hantian would have been in an even worse state. The number 1 genius of your Muqing County back then was not even worth a fart in front of me. You still want to use Lu Hantian to scare me? That guy probably died in the inheritance ground of the Blood Devil long ago. He is just a dead man. The cold smile on Flaming Bird's face became even more intense. His words were filled with disdain for Lu Hontian. Oh. It seems that the small fry back then has become so arrogant now. Back then, who was the one who kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in front of me, calling me Uncle Lu and Father Lu? Chapter 649. The wild and domineering Lu Hontian's mocking and disdainful voice slowly rang out in the moon-embracing pavilion. Flamewing's expression froze. It narrowed its eyes and focused on a sloppy figure sitting across from Lu Nantian. It was Lu Hontian. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to preach to me? As for the 3 bows and 9 kowtows you spoke of, they are completely unwarranted. Flamewing's eyes were sinister as it stared coldly at Lu Hontian. And who do you think you are? Back then, you came to Wuxia County in high spirits, wanting to rub our prestige in the face. In the end, you were beaten like a dog by me. Back then, you even called me your father and your mother. Have you forgotten in the blink of an eye? It seems that your pig brain is somewhat stupid. Lu Hontian slowly stood up and stared indifferently at Flamewing, a trace of coldness in his eyes. Flamewing frowned slightly at the sight of Lu Hontian dressed like an old beggar. 100 years ago, he had indeed never been to Wuxia County. Moreover, he had set up an arena in the county capital and defeated countless geniuses there, ruthlessly rubbing the edge of Wuxia County. Unfortunately, a freak like Lu Hontian had appeared in Wuxia County. Even he, Flamewing, had been easily defeated by Lu Hontian. Moreover, he had been so ruthlessly beaten that he had to beg for mercy. That memory was still fresh in his mind. Oh. Are you trying to say that you're Lu Hontian? Don't joke around. Lu Hontian was trapped in the Blood Devil's land of inheritance 100 years ago. Who do you think you are? If you want to pretend to be Lu Hontian, you need to find a more reliable disguise. Flamewing shook his head and sneered. Even though Flamewing was now much stronger than before, he still felt a tinge of fear when he thought of Lu Hontian's terrifying strength. Back then, he had suffered too miserably. It had been a one-sided battle. If it had not been for the elders who had stopped him, Flamewing would not have known what would have happened. Flamewing was overjoyed when it heard that Lu Hontian had been trapped in the Blood Devil's legacy. However, Lu Hontian's absence in the War of the 9 Counties had caused Wuxia County's strength to drop drastically. Their top fighters were much weaker than the other counties, and they had suffered a crushing defeat. Because of what had happened to Lu Hontian, Flamewing had taken special care of Wuxia County's team during the War of the 9 Counties. This made things worse for Wuxia County's team. It could be said that the relationship between Wuxia County and Flamewing County was extremely bad. This was also the reason why Flamewing had spoken so arrogantly when it passed by Lu Nantian's position. The 2 counties could be said to be like fire and water. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am your father. What a disgraceful bastard. You don't even recognize your own father. Lu Hontian pointed at Flamewing's nose and scolded it. He didn't care about his image at all. This scene immediately silenced the surrounding atmosphere. Flamewing's face turned gloomy. This old beggar who had appeared out of nowhere actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. This was too presumptuous. You are the one courting death. Flamewing snorted coldly. With a stomp of its foot, a terrifying aura surged out, causing a series of spiraling hurricanes to appear within the moon-embracing pavilion. With Flamewing as the center, the hurricanes were accompanied by blazing flames. In an instant, the temperature within the moon-embracing pavilion had reached a terrifying level. You've broken through. Lu Nantian, who was sitting in his seat, narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. He knew that Flamewing's strength was also in the Xuanzuan realm. It was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. After so many years, Flamewing had actually broken through to the supremacy realm. Its talent was indeed not weak. It should be known that breaking through the 4 minor realms of the supremacy realm was extremely difficult. Every minor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even Flamewing had spent more than 10 years at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm before breaking through. At this moment, Flamewing's head was held high with a smug smile on its face. A supremacy realm expert was only 1 minor realm lower than a Xuanzuan realm expert, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. In front of a supremacy realm expert, a Xuanzuan realm expert was nothing. Even if 10 Xuanzuan realm experts joined forces, they might not necessarily be a match for a supremacy realm expert. This seat will give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and 9 times, break your own arms and apologize. Then, this seat will consider sparing your lowly life. Flamewing looked down at Lu Hantian coldly from high above. Inside the moon-embracing pavilion, the confrontation between Flamewing and Lu Hantian immediately attracted the attention of the other people in the pavilion. The geniuses of the other regions, including the Iceal County's county lord, all stared at the two with great interest. I really didn't expect Flamewing to have broken through to the supremacy realm. It seems that the Lifire County is getting stronger and stronger. That old beggar is in for a bad time now that he's angered Flamewing. The second prince gracefully spoke to Mu Shui from a seat near the window. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed and her eyebrows raised. Just now, Qiu Yan had transmitted a message to her saying that the old beggar's strength was unfathomable and that he should be a heavenly venerate expert. She knew that the one who would be in for a bad time wasn't the old beggar, but the snobbish Flamewing. You're as stupid as a pig. How dare you say that in front of your father? Well then, your father will teach you a lesson today. Lu Hantian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Flamewing. With a stomp of his foot, an even more terrifying aura swept over like a tidal wave. Flamewing's aura and Lu Hantian's aura were like the difference between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Flamewing's face turned red. To its horror, it found that it couldn't move at all. Bang! In an instant, Lu Hantian arrived in front of Flamewing. He raised his right hand and slapped Flamewing across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the moon-embracing pavilion. Lu Hantian didn't hold back at all when he slapped Flamewing. A powerful palm wind whistled through the air and Flamewing was sent flying like a willow in the wind. It spun 720 degrees in the air and finally fell heavily on the ground. Flamewing fell to the ground, but Lu Hantian didn't stop there. He raised his foot and stomped down on Flamewing's face. When his dirty foot came into contact with Flamewing's face, a dirty footprint appeared on it. Slap! 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 Lu Hantian didn't hold back at all. Slap! Slap! Poor Flamewing. It had just been stunned by Lu Hantian's slap, and now it was being trampled by Lu Hantian's smelly foot. Such humiliation almost drove Flamewing mad. However, no matter how Flamewing tried to circulate the energy in its body, it was shocked to find that it felt like a mountain was pressing down on it. A terrifying energy was pressing down on it, and no matter how it tried, it couldn't break free from Lu Hantian's smelly foot. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Flamewing's face was filled with shock and anger. Lu Hantian's terrifying aura was pressing down on it, making it impossible for it to turn around. The entire moon-embracing pavilion became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The only sound inside was the sound of Lu Hantian's foot slamming into Flamewing's face. At this moment, the sound was exceptionally clear and loud. The originally high-spirited Flamewing had been reduced to such a sorry state in the blink of an eye. Not only was young Master Lai Yun beside Flamewing stunned, but the other lords of the Icebound County were also stunned. Even Huangfu Wuji, who had a scholarly smile on his face, froze. What a piece of trash! You dare to show off in front of me with such little strength? In the future, you better polish your dog eyes and see clearly. I am your father. Try calling me father. If you don't, I will continue to kick you until you do. Lu Hantian's foot stomped on Flamewing's face, a mocking smile on his face. His indifferent voice slowly rang out, causing an uproar in the moon-embracing pavilion. This person was too arrogant. Flamewing was the lord of Lifire County, and the Qing Marquis that Emperor Qing had personally conferred upon him. But this person had indiscriminately reduced Flamewing to such a state. What was even more shocking was that this person wanted Flamewing to call him father. Cough cough. Senior, I am Huangfu Wuji, the second prince of the imperial family. Everyone has come to the moon-embracing pavilion to enjoy the grand event happening on the stage below, so please do not disturb everyone's mood. After all, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Huangfu Wuji had an elegant demeanor. He wore a purple robe, and his temperament was otherworldly. A refined smile hung on his lips, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. Since the second prince has stepped forward, this person should give second prince Huangfu Wuji some face. This person is able to stomp on Flamewing, who is a sovereign. His strength is at least at the Golden Venerable realm. Such a powerhouse can actually appear here. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in Muqin County? Huangfu Wuji's appearance had also attracted the attention of many people. After all, Huangfu Wuji had an extremely high status within the imperial city. He was elegant, courteous, and had a refined demeanor. Many people sought after him, and he was one of the strongest competitors for the position of imperial city's ruler. Once he became the ruler of the imperial city, he would command the entire Qing Xian Empire and control millions of soldiers. His status was only below the imperial family's guardian, Emperor Qing. It could be said that he was an existence that stood above tens of thousands. Huangfu Wuji. I've never heard of you before. Since you want me to release him, then naturally I can. Have this dog call me father, or kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I'll let this dog go. Lu Hantian glanced at Huangfu Wuji, the corners of his mouth curling up. He simply didn't plan on giving Huangfu Wuji any face. It had to be known that Lu Hantian's strength had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. If Emperor Qing were to find out about this, he would definitely be placed in an important position. At that time, his status would absolutely be above Huangfu Wuji's. Lu Hantian really didn't place Huangfu Wuji in his eyes. Huangfu Wuji frowned. He didn't think that even though he was the dignified second prince of the imperial family, this Lu Hantian wouldn't be able to tell good from bad. This caused Huangfu Wuji, who was used to living a high and lofty life, to feel extremely uncomfortable. Senior, offending our imperial family is not a wise choice. I think that you should be a smart person, so you should know what to do. Release Flamewing. I will not report this matter. Huangfu Wuji said in a heavy voice. At this moment, Flamewing, who was being stepped on, let out a light breath of relief as it saw Huangfu Wuji plead on its behalf. It knew that with Huangfu Wuji's status, he should be able to suppress this lawless old beggar. Chapter 650. Fear. As Lu Hantian's words left his mouth, the atmosphere of the moon-embracing pavilion fell silent once more. Everyone looked at the sloppy Lu Hantian with strange expressions. They never thought that this sloppy beggar would be so unscrupulous, to the point that he didn't even place Huangfu Wuji in his eyes. What did you say? Lu Hantian's rude words caused Huangfu Wuji to feel as if he had lost face. Moreover, this was in front of Mu Shui, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Old Shadow. This person has no regard for the laws of the land, and even insulted a member of the royal family. Do you know what you should do? Huangfu Wuji's face was gloomy as he spoke to the air beside him. The faint shadow beneath Huangfu Wuji's feet suddenly began to wriggle, instantly turning into a human figure. A hunchbacked, ugly, one-eyed old man slowly stepped out from the shadow. With a sinister smile, he said, "This person truly has no regard for the laws of the land. Since this person's cultivation is not easy, we only need to beat him half to death. Then we'll do as you say. Huangfu Wuji gently nodded, no longer paying attention to Lu Hantian. In his opinion, with Old Shadow's help, this person would inevitably be captured without a fight. Miss Mu. Old Shadow will quickly capture this troublemaker for disturbing your mood. Huangfu Wuji's handsome face revealed a warm smile as he spoke. The corners of Mu Shue's mouth curled up, but she did not reveal Lu Hantian's strength. This Lu Hantian had always been pestering her, and she had long since grown tired of him. Now that she was borrowing Lu Hantian's hands to rub off on Huangfu Wuji's spirit, she was naturally happy to do so. You really don't know the meaning of death. His Highness the Second Prince is already thinking highly of you by calling you senior. Not only do you not appreciate his kindness, but you also dare to speak rudely. Your death is not enough. Fortunately, His Highness the Second Prince is merciful and doesn't intend to take your life. He only needs to beat you half to death. Senior Shadow's back was stooped, and his only remaining eye was emitting a cold light. He stared at Lu Hantian as if he was staring at his prey. An aura even more terrifying than flame wings erupted from Senior Shadow's body. It actually seemed to be able to contend against Lu Hantian. What a terrifying aura. This old man is definitely a golden exalt. Just the aura he exudes is much stronger than flame wings. I wonder how the old beggar will deal with him. When the one-eyed old man unleashed his aura, everyone around him was visibly shaken. The one-eyed old man was simply too terrifying. His strength was definitely above Flame Wings. Flame Wing, who was under Lu Hantian's foot, revealed a look of joy. This one-eyed old man was a golden exalt. He could be saved. A mid-stage golden exalt dares to act all high and mighty in front of me. Scram! Lu Hantian didn't make a move. He just roared, and the aura on his body rose again. The one-eyed old man's aura was suddenly suppressed by Lu Hantian's aura. Dang! 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 The one-eyed old man's ugly face was filled with fear. He kept retreating as he stared straight at Lu Hantian. How can he be so terrifying? What is his cultivation level? Just his aura alone is enough to make me unable to resist. The one-eyed old man retreated a dozen steps as he thought to himself in shock and anger. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. At this moment, Lu Hantian's aura was like a rainbow. His messy hair danced in the wind. His originally unremarkable turbid eyes were now bright and full of spirit. They were as cold as ice, and there was a chilling killing intent in his eyes. Feeling this terrifying killing intent, the one-eyed old man felt a chill run down his spine and a cold sweat drip down his back. This person was far too terrifying. If he really took a step forward, this person would absolutely be able to kill him. You are an Empyrean powerhouse. The one-eyed old man's eyes flashed as he asked, his lips trembling. The moment these words came out, the moon-embracing pavilion suddenly became silent. At the same time, it was accompanied by some sounds of sucking in cold air. No one would have thought that this old beggar in front of them who had not been heard of was actually an Empyrean realm powerhouse who concealed his strength deeply. Huangfu Wuji, who had been happily chatting with Mu Shui, suddenly froze as he saw the one-eyed old man retreat more than a dozen steps. Now that he heard the one-eyed old man's words, he stood up and stared at Lu Hantian with a cautious gaze. An Empyrean powerhouse. This was the peak of the Four Saints realm. In the Azure Profound Empire, there weren't many martial artists that could reach the Empyrean realm. Once one's strength reached the Empyrean realm, they would receive the favor and attention of the Azure Emperor. Being granted land was nothing difficult for them. Even the Azure Emperor had to treat such an existence with caution. Huangfu Wuji was only a prince, it was impossible for him to be negligent. Huangfu Wuji's eyes flashed. He suddenly smiled and said, "Old Shadow. Come back. The one-eyed old man nodded and respectfully returned behind Huangfu Wuji. He stared at Lu Hantian with dread in his eyes. Wuji offended you a moment ago. I hope that senior won't take offense. I will not interfere in this matter. Senior can do whatever you want. Huangfu Wuji elegantly cupped his hands across his chest and apologized. There wasn't the slightest trace of discomfort on his face. Zhuowen, who was sitting on the side, narrowed his eyes and stared at the scholarly Huangfu Wuji. He thought to himself, this Huangfu Wuji's schemes are truly deep. He had been planning on having Old Shadow teach Lu Hantian a lesson, but now that he saw Lu Hantian's formidable strength, he had actually directly apologized and admitted his wrongs without losing his grace. Whether it was in terms of scheming or shrewdness, this Huangfu Wuji was far more terrifying than an ordinary person. This person was extremely dangerous. It wasn't because Huangfu Wuji was strong, but because he had a deep understanding of the emperor's schemes. His schemes were terrifying. If one offended this person, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was secretly on guard against this Huangfu Wuji. It was best not to come into contact with this person. Once he did, there was a high chance he would be plotted against. As Huangfu Wuji's words fell, Flame Wing, who was being stepped on by Lu Hantian, turned incomparably pale. He never thought that this sloppy old beggar would actually be a terrifying Empyrean powerhouse. In his heart, he screamed that he was finished. It's best if you don't care. Lu Hantian grinned. He stepped on Flamewing's cheek and said, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, and call me father. Then, I'll let you go. Flamewing's face darkened as he heard this. It was impossible for him to submit, but now that he knew that this person was an Empyrean powerhouse, his heart began to waver. Pa! Hurry up and decide. Otherwise, I'll really cripple you. Lu Hantian coldly said as he kicked Flamewing again. Plop! Flamewing fell to his knees, a look of humiliation on his face. He kowtowed 3 times to Lu Hantian, suppressing his anger as he coldly said, Father. Ha! You really are a good child. In the future, when you see your father, you have to be obedient, okay? Otherwise, I won't give you candy. Lu Hantian wildly laughed, his voice loud and clear. As soon as these words came out, everyone nearly fell over. Flamewing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He suppressed his anger and said, Can I go now? Ha ha. Scram for me. Pay attention to your father in the future. Don't embarrass me. Lu Hantian grinned and sent Flamewing flying with a kick, his face full of ridicule. Father. Are you alright? Young Master Lai Yun hurriedly supported the stumbling Flamewing, his eyes full of hatred as he stared at Lu Hantian. After all, Lu Hantian had made such a scene, their Lifire prefecture had lost all face. Who exactly are you? Flamewing shook his head, his eyes red as he stared at Lu Hantian. Didn't you call me father 100 years ago? You called me father again today. Why are you still asking such an idiotic question? I'm Lu Hantian. I came out of the blood demon's inheritance, Lu Hantian said indifferently. Lu Hantian. Flamewing's pupils constricted and his face trembled. If he hadn't believed that this person was Lu Hantian before, now that he had seen how terrifying this old beggar was, he knew that this person wouldn't bother to lie to him. In other words, this person was Lu Hantian. The scene just now was so similar to what had happened 100 years ago. Flamewing's cheeks burned as he recalled how he had been humiliated by Lu Hantian in front of everyone. Lu Hantian. Consider us unlucky today, but when the War of the 9 Counties begins, your Muqin prefecture will suffer. You are indeed powerful, but the geniuses of your Muqin prefecture are nothing but a bunch of trash. When the War of the 9 Counties begins, your Muqin prefecture will be completely destroyed by our Lifire prefecture. Flamewing's face paled. Since he wasn't a match for Lu Hantian, he could only suppress Lu Hantian with the strength of a prefecture. He wanted to regain his face through this. Although Lu Hantian had appeared out of nowhere, Muqin Prefecture's overall strength was ranked second from the bottom in the Qin Xian Empire. There was a huge gap between them and the Lifire Prefecture. He believed that the geniuses of the Lifire Prefecture would be able to wipe out the geniuses of Muqin Prefecture. Oh. Do you really want to die? Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Hey. This is the imperial capital. Lu Hantian, although you are powerful, you can't be so lawless. Are you so sure that the trash of your Muqin Prefecture can compete with the geniuses of our Lifire Prefecture? Flamewing's face froze, but he still mustered up his courage to say those words. This was the Azure Emperor's territory. He didn't believe that Lu Hantian would dare to kill him. Trash every time you open your mouth. Are all of you brilliant geniuses from the Lifire Prefecture? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Even you, the Prefecture Lord of the Lifire Prefecture, kowtowed before Lu Hantian of our Muqin Prefecture and called him father. Then, the so-called geniuses under your jurisdiction should also call the geniuses of our Muqin Prefecture father. A son calling his father a good-for-nothing, this is a disgraceful act. Looks like everyone in your Lifire Prefecture is a bunch of uneducated bastards. If the Prefecture Lord can call someone father, then the others can even call him grandfather. Bastards are uneducated. A faint voice slowly rang out. It was clear and loud, and it resounded throughout the entire moon-embracing pavilion. The sneer on Flamewing's face slowly froze. These words were extremely vicious. They stuck to Flamewing's previous actions and smeared the names of all the geniuses of the Lifire Prefecture. Chapter 651. Moyen without death. This person was tall and slender, with shoulder-length black hair and a strange green coffin on his back. It was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly stood up, his sharp eyes fearlessly meeting Flamewing's cold gaze. Are all the people of Muqin County so uncultured and ill-mannered? How dare you speak to me, you little bastard? What right do you have to speak to me? Flamewing's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuowen, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. He. As the Lihua Commandery's county lord, you are the one who calls Big Brother Han Tian father. You are the one who doesn't have the right to speak to me. Speaking of which, Big Brother Han Tian treats us like brothers. You should call us uncle. Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he fearlessly met Flamewing's gaze. Flamewing had insulted the geniuses of Muqin County as a bunch of trash from the very beginning, which had already angered Zhuowen and the others. Naturally, Zhuowen would not show any mercy. Little bastard. Shut your stinking mouth, or I'll tear it apart. The veins on Flamewing's forehead bulged. Having lost so much face in front of Lu Hantian, Flamewing was completely enraged. He didn't dare to touch Lu Hantian, but that didn't mean he didn't dare to touch a nobody like Zhuowen. I think you're the one who should shut up. Zhuowen is the genius of Muqin County. As my son, how dare you speak so rudely? Get out of the moon-reaching pavilion immediately. I feel a wave of disgust whenever I see a wastrel like you. Lu Hantian's vigorous voice instantly rang out. Immediately, the expression of Flamewing, who was about to flip out, turned ugly. It coldly glared at Zhuowen and coldly snorted. Then, it brought Lai Yun and left the moon-embracing pavilion. Once Flamewing left, the originally noisy moon-reaching pavilion became somewhat quiet. Whether it was the second prince or the lords of the other commanderies represented by Icebound County, none of them dared to underestimate Muqin County. Muqin County had a peerless expert like Lu Hantian. Even if the results of the Battle of the Nine Counties were not ideal, Emperor Qing would not mistreat Muqin County. With Emperor Qing's favor, Muqin County's future development would undoubtedly be much faster. Congratulations, Brother Hantian, you actually managed to escape from the inheritance grounds of the Blood Devil. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. The profound ice old man smiled and cupped his hands at Lu Hantian. He had a sincere smile on his face. This Lu Hantian's cultivation was higher than his, so he naturally wouldn't neglect him. Following profound ice old man's example, the other commanderies behind him also enthusiastically greeted Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian only responded with an indifferent expression, but he was sneering in his heart. In the beginning, when LV Nantian had been targeted by Flame Wing, these people had gloated over his misfortune. Now that he had displayed his strength, they had become so enthusiastic. Naturally, this was because they valued his strength. Beside old man Xian Bing, when Ao Xue, who had snow-white hair and white eyes, lifted her pretty face slightly. She merely glanced at Lv Yitao in an indifferent manner. As for the other geniuses, they were basically ignored by her. In any case, Lu Yitao was ranked 15th on the Azure Emperor ranking and the number 1 genius of Muqin County. Among all the geniuses in Muqin County, only Lu Yitao was worthy of her attention. As for the other geniuses, they didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at. Although Zhuowen's courage in mocking Flame Wing was commendable, when Ao Xue still didn't put him in her eyes. She only recognized strength, not courage. Without strength, no matter how courageous one was, one would only be a brute. Such people would die the quickest. In Wen Ao Xue's eyes, Zhuowen's mocking of Flame Wing was extremely stupid. If it wasn't for Lu Hantian, she knew that this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would die without a doubt. How could she put such a person in her eyes? Lu Yitao. I heard that you've also advanced to the peak 6-wheel emperor realm. It seems like your talent is pretty good. You've improved quite quickly in the past 2 years. When Ao Xue directly ignored the others around Lu Yitao and stared at Zhuowen with her snow-white eyes. Her cold voice was like a world of ice and snow, causing the surrounding people to feel bone-chilling coldness. It's all right. However, I still can't compare to you, Wen Ao Xue. Lu Yitao nodded faintly and said softly. It's natural that you can't compare to me. The gap between us is too big. Wen Ao Xue nodded and said very naturally. His casual attitude of being high and mighty immediately caused the others, aside from Lv Yitao, to frown. This Wen Ao Xue was really too arrogant. This kind of invisible contempt was even more infuriating than deliberate contempt. However, Wen Ao Xue did have the right to be arrogant. She was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor list and was the only monstrous genius who was closest to the top geniuses in the imperial capital. She could also be said to be the number 1 genius of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Zhuowen glanced at Wen Ao Xue indifferently and shook his head inwardly. This girl was too arrogant, just like a proud peacock. She simply didn't put anyone in her eyes. Although he didn't like her attitude, Wen Ao Xue wasn't him. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to her. The gap between us is indeed not small. However, I, Lu Yitao, am not the strongest representative of Muqin County. The strongest representative is someone else. His strength might not be as good as yours, but it won't be too far off. Lu Yitao didn't show any anger because of Wen Ao Xue's words. He was still as calm as before. You're not the strongest representative? Are you joking? When Ao Xue curled her lips, her face filled with disbelief. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I'm not the strongest representative of Muqin County. As Lu Yitao spoke, he glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. The smile on his face became even more intense. He was very confident in Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as good as Wen Ao Xue's, Zhuowen was a monstrous genius who had grasped the spear intent. This spear intent was enough to make up for the gap between his cultivation and Wen Ao Xue's. Wen Ao Xue instead shook her head and sneered endlessly in her heart. As far as she was concerned, Lvetao was only deliberately mystifying her, and it was a strategy that intentionally made her feel anxious and uncertain. The so-called strongest representative that was even stronger than her was utterly false. The 8 counties have been gathered. Everyone, let's have a good drink and chat in the moon-embracing pavilion. Let's celebrate the opening of the Battle of the 9 Counties tomorrow. Later, the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion, Moyan Wuxiang, will appear and play a song for everyone. Lady Su's loud and clear voice slowly sounded. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden burst of cheers from the moon-embracing pavilion. Miss Wuxiang will appear today. It's really rare. Yes. Usually, there are not many opportunities to see Miss Wuxiang play a song. I heard that Miss Wuxiang is peerless. She is good at singing and dancing. She is good at poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is an all-around talented woman. I also heard that this woman's identity is extremely mysterious. A year ago, she suddenly appeared in the Drunken Spring Pavilion and sang a song. Her song shocked everyone and shocked everyone. It was because of that song that Miss Wuxiang became the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion. As soon as Lady Su's words came out, there was an uproar around. Obviously, the so-called Moyan Wuxiang was extremely famous in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Brother Lu. This Moyan Wuxiang was the star of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Even in the imperial city, his fame spread far and wide. This woman was proficient in music, and a single song she sang was like a heavenly melody, leaving people with endless aftertastes and thoughts running wild. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the imperial city are willing to spend a lot of money just to hear this woman's music. Today, Miss Wuxiang actually appeared in person and played a song for us. It really shocked us. This is really a treatment that can't be bought with money. Qiu Xiaoyun grinned and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Obviously, Qiu Xiaoyun was also extremely excited to be able to hear Moyan Wuxiang's music. Miss Muxue. This Moyan Wuxiang is the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion. His music is famous in the imperial city and his songs can move the entire imperial city. This song only exists in the heavens. Miss Muxue, please enjoy it. The corners of Huanfu Wuji's mouth curled up. Within his deep eyes, there was a trace of excitement. Even Huanfu Wuji was looking forward to hearing Moyan of Wuxiang's music. If it's really as Second Prince said, then I'm really looking forward to hearing it. Muxue nodded. Her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhuowen's back and landed on the stage below. At this moment, a group of graceful dancers had appeared on the stage. They were dancing gracefully, swaying with the wind. Their bodies were covered by light gauze, and they looked like fairies in the wind. They were as natural and unrestrained as birds. This scene was too beautiful to be imagined. Dong! The clear sound of a guzheng slowly spread out from the stage. It was like high mountains and flowing water, like a stream passing through a crack, like a stone falling into water, like a cool breeze caressing grass. The faint sound gradually spread out from the center of the stage, the music was slowly played out, and like a cool breeze, it brushed past everyone's hearts. It actually caused everyone in the moon-embracing pavilion to quiet down. Everyone was quietly standing or sitting as they quietly savored the song. The artistic conception of the song, the beauty of the song, was vividly displayed in this melody. It caused everyone's hearts to obtain an unprecedented tranquility, as well as a trace of sadness. The cold cicada's mournful cry, facing the long pavilion at night. The rain has just stopped, the tent of the capital has no place to drink, just lingering, the orchid boat is activated. Holding hands, looking at tearful eyes, speechless. Thoughts go, 1,000 miles of smoke, the evening mist heavy Chu Tianqua. Affectionate since ancient times, the sorrow of parting, even more so, the cold autumn festival. Where will I wake up tonight? The willow bank, the morning breeze and waning moon. Gone for many years, it should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, waiting to be told to anyone. The beautiful melody, accompanied by the elegant lyrics, was slowly recited in a clear voice. Faint sadness, faint emotions. At this moment, it was like a gushing spring. It surged in everyone's hearts, causing everyone to unknowingly fall into this melancholy mood. Chapter 652. The morning bell and evening drum. As the lament fell, the entire arena fell into an unconcealable silence. Everyone sat quietly, their eyes narrowed, as if they were still savoring that heart-shaking song. Good. What a good line, with 1,000 different emotions, who will tell it to? An elegant and clear voice sounded out from within the moon-embracing pavilion. Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up, his hands clapping. His handsome face was filled with appreciation and emotion. Lve Tao, Zhuowen, and the others couldn't help but nod. This lament had indeed sung into the hearts of everyone present. That mournful melancholy that was about to be broken, that was about to leave, floated in the hearts of everyone present. Who didn't have an unforgettable melancholy in their hearts? Who didn't have a regretful memory in their hearts? It was just that most people buried these feelings deep within their hearts. But today, this lament was like a chisel that broke through the walls of everyone's hearts, resonating with everyone present. Huangfu Wuji couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Across from Huangfu Wuji, Mu Shue's face was covered by a veil, and her aura was otherworldly. Ripples began to appear in her bright moon-like eyes. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she stared in a daze at the figure carrying the green coffin not too far away. There was an unknown fluctuation in her eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This lament had similarly reached the bottom of his heart and touched his nerves. It actually caused him to feel slightly choked up, but he was extremely resistant to this feeling of being touched. The origin energy within his body circulated, and his expression returned to normal once more. As if he had sensed something, Zhuowen tilted his head. Behind him, his eyes met with a pair of bright moon-like eyes. For a moment, Zhuowen and Mu Shue were both startled. The originally indifferent Mu Shue hurriedly avoided Zhuowen's gaze. She tilted her head to look at the stage outside the window. Beneath the veil covering her face, a crimson blush appeared. Zhuowen was naturally unable to perceive the change in Mu Shue's demeanor. He only felt somewhat surprised. He felt that this woman's attitude towards him was somewhat different from others. As for what exactly was different, he simply couldn't tell. Huangfu Wuji's 5 senses were quite sharp. He immediately realized that Zhuowen was staring straight at Zhuowen. His eyebrows wrinkled as he looked down at Zhuowen and lightly said, "Boy. There are some things that you can't see with your dog eyes. You'd better have some self-awareness." Originally, Zhuowen had been lost in thought because of Mu Shue's attitude. But at this moment, as he heard this voice, he shifted his gaze and looked at Huangfu Wuji, who was looking down at him from above. He indifferently said, as the saying goes, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. A dog's mouth can really spit out ivory. As these words came out, Huangfu Wuji narrowed his eyes. How could he not understand the sarcasm in Zhuowen's words? Zhuowen was mocking him for having a dog's mouth. This caused Huangfu Wuji's complexion to gradually turn gloomy. He was the second prince of the imperial family. His power was monstrous, and his status was lofty. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. But today, this little brat in front of him had actually dared to speak without thinking and insult him for having a dog's mouth. With his proud temperament, how could he endure this? Senior Shadow. Today is a grand occasion for the intoxicating spring pavilion. It is not appropriate to kill. You only need to cut off this boy's arms and cripple his cultivation. Huangfu Wuji coldly said as he glanced at Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen was only an insignificant genius of the Muqin County. As long as he didn't touch Lu Hontian, then Lu Hontian should give him some face. Thus, he had no fear as he commanded Senior Shadow. As Huangfu Wuji spoke, Zhuowen's heart turned cold. This Huangfu Wuji seemed gentle on the surface, but when he did things, he was actually ruthless and overbearing. He had only spoken a few words of sarcasm, but he actually wanted to cut off his arms and cripple his cultivation. To a martial artist, this was worse than death. Your Highness Second Prince, please rest assured that this old man will handle this properly. Senior Shadow wickedly smiled. He had made a fool of himself in front of Lu Hontian just now, and this had clearly caused Huangfu Wuji to be somewhat displeased. Now that he had dealt with this boy who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, this would make up for the displeasure in Huangfu Wuji's heart. Bang! In an instant, Senior Shadow attacked. His claw grasped at the void, and a terrifying energy shot out, directly attacking Zhuowen. It was so fast that no one was able to react. Zhuowen's complexion changed. This Senior Shadow was a golden venerable powerhouse. In front of such a powerhouse, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Fuck off. If you dare to touch Zhuowen, this father will slaughter you. A loud roar sounded out. Then, the originally high-spirited Senior Shadow howled miserably. Like a withered leaf, he was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura withered. Lu Hontian slowly walked to Zhuowen's side. He coldly glared at Huangfu Wuji and lightly said, "Do you still want to move against him?" Huangfu Wuji's complexion stiffened. As he looked at the distressed Senior Shadow, his complexion became extremely ugly. But, there was a slight fluctuation in his heart. He could feel that Lu Hontian cared a great deal about this youth with the blue coffin on his back. After thinking it over, Huangfu Wuji finally decided not to offend Lu Hontian. This was an Empyrean powerhouse. Even he couldn't afford to offend such a powerhouse. Then Wuji will give Senior Hontian some face and let this arrogant brat go for the time being. But, I hope that some people will pay attention to this. There are some things that cannot be coveted by lowly people. Huangfu Wuji said with deep meaning. Then, he calmly sat back down in his seat, as if he wasn't embarrassed at all. As for Senior Shadow, his complexion was gloomy. He struggled to crawl up and silently stood behind Huangfu Wuji, not saying a single word. What a deep scheming and shrewd person. This person is far too dangerous. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He looked at the calm Huangfu Wuji with dread in his eyes. This Huangfu Wuji's schemes far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He was like a viper hiding in the dark. Who knew when he would plot against you? Zhuowen naturally had to be on guard against him. Miss Wushang is coming out. Suddenly, the entire moon-embracing pavilion was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they stared at the stage below. At this moment, the graceful dancers on the stage slowly retreated behind the curtain. Behind the hazy gauze, a slender and elegant figure slowly appeared as the gauze fluttered in the wind. When the gauze was completely removed, a beautiful figure holding a pipa and wearing a flowing dress finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone's eyes stared directly at this beautiful figure without stopping for even a moment. A pale pink dress wrapped around her body, with a white gauze covering it, revealing the beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbones. The creases of her dress were like snow and moonlight, flowing down to the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, causing her gait to be even more graceful and beautiful. Her long black hair was tied up with a hair band, with a butterfly hairpin inserted into her hair. A wisp of black hair hung in front of her chest. There was a thin layer of makeup on her face, which only added to the color. Her cheeks were faintly discernible, creating a delicate and lovely appearance. Her entire person was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or like a clear and pure snow. This woman stood gracefully in the center of the stage. Although there was nothing around her, she was still like the brightest star in the night sky, involuntarily attracting everyone's attention. This woman's temperament and appearance were top-notch. She was devastatingly beautiful and unparalleled in the world. She was completely comparable to Mu Qinxue whom Zhuowen had met before. Even Zhuowen could not help but be stunned by this woman. Moyan Wuxiang, unparalleled in talent and appearance. Wuxiang gently faced the direction of the moon-embracing pavilion and bowed gracefully. Her voice, like a lark, slowly resounded. I am Wuxiang. Thank you for coming to support me this time. Wuxiang is extremely grateful. Dong. After saying this, Wuxiang's jade-like hand gently waved. A pleasant sound of a zither rang out, followed by the creaking sound of gears rolling around the entire stage. Then, the huge stage slowly separated from the middle. Everyone immediately saw that under the stage, a war drum that was several feet tall was slowly rising. The war drum was rusty and dirty. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. Dong! As soon as the war drum appeared, a melodious sound of the drum suddenly soared into the sky. The sound of the drum was swift and fierce, overbearing and lingering. It had a soul-stirring feeling. This drum was not ordinary. This was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. This drum is called the morning bell and evening drum. It is a rhythm spiritual treasure. However, because of its age, no one has consecrated it yet. This drum was obtained by me from an ancient ruin. As for what level of spiritual treasure it is, I do not know. Only after it is consecrated can I know the level of this spiritual treasure. This drum is extremely important to me. If there is a young master who can consecrate this drum, I am willing to play the song, Bodhisattva Barbarian, for that young master tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire moon-embracing pavilion was in an uproar. They did not expect that Moyan Wuxiang would actually want to play the song, Bodhisattva Barbarian, for someone. The song, Bodhisattva Barbarian, was extremely famous in the imperial capital. When Moyan Wuxiang suddenly came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Emperor Qing had looked for Moyan Wuxiang alone. Moyan Wuxiang had once played the song for Emperor Qing. After coming out, Emperor Qing looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He roared, "Misty rain is boundless and boundless, tortoises and snakes lock up the great river." What a good song, Bodhisattva Barbarian. It actually allowed me to enter the metaphysical realm. Ha! At this point, the song, Bodhisattva Barbarian, had shaken the imperial capital. Everyone knew that Moyan Wuxiang's Bodhisattva Barbarian could allow someone to enter the metaphysical realm. One had to know that the stronger a martial artist was, the harder it would be to enter the metaphysical realm. In the past, when Zhuowen was weak, he had entered the metaphysical realm a few times. However, ever since he had advanced to the ultimate emperor realm, he had not entered the metaphysical realm at all. Emperor Qing had reached the supreme emperor realm. For such a strong martial artist to enter the metaphysical realm was extremely difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the song, Bodhisattva Barbarian, was actually able to allow someone like Emperor Qing to enter the metaphysical realm. It could be seen how precious Bodhisattva Barbarian was to martial artists. And it was because of Emperor Qing that Moyan Wuxiang's reputation was so great when he first came to the imperial capital. Almost all of the high officials and dignitaries of the imperial capital came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to listen to Moyan Wuxiang's magical song. Chapter 653. Beat the drum. This Bodhisattva Barbarian is so mysterious. It can actually allow a martial artist to enter the profound understanding realm. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows as he spoke. Zhuowen had once entered the profound understanding realm. He was very clear on the benefits of entering the profound understanding realm. The stronger a martial artist was, the more benefits they could obtain after entering the profound understanding realm. Of course, entering the profound understanding realm was also more difficult. The Bodhisattva barbarian was able to allow a powerhouse like Emperor Qin to enter the profound understanding realm. This was enough to prove how amazing this song was. Everyone's eyes were blazing. Who didn't want to enter the profound understanding realm? Their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they naturally didn't want to let it go. When Aoshua's cold face and Huanfu Wuji's indifferent face also revealed a trace of passion. The profound understanding realm was also what they longed for. Miss Wuxiang, how do you consecrate the morning bell and evening drum? There should be a specific solution, right? Huanfu Wuji slowly stood up and lightly smiled. In the center of the stage, Moyan Wuxiang nodded. His jade-like hands gently stroked the surface of the morning bell and evening drum. He said, if you want to consecrate the morning bell and evening drum, there are 2 conditions. The first is to strike the drum 10 times. The second is to sing a song and cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate. Only when these 2 conditions are met will the morning bell and evening drum be consecrated. With these words, Huanfu Wuji frowned. He was quite confident in striking the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. However, if a song were to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate, that would be difficult. He knew that Moyan Wuxiang had brought out the morning bell and evening drum. This meant that even Moyan Wuxiang, who excelled at singing, was unable to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate. Who wants to come up and try? Moyan Wuxiang's clear voice was like a lark as it slowly rang out. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Although many people were restless, Moyan Wuxiang's conditions were indeed difficult. Who knew what kind of song would be able to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate? I'll go first. In the crowd below the moon-embracing pavilion, a black-clothed man around the age of 25 leaped up onto the enormous stage. With one step, he instantly arrived in front of the morning bell and evening drum in the center of the stage. At this moment, Moyan Wuxiang's clothes were fluttering in the wind as he stood gracefully on the edge of the stage. His flawless eyes were quietly staring at the black-clothed youth in front of the morning bell and evening drum. At this moment, the black-clothed youth's face was quite solemn. He bent his waist and took a step forward. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. The powerful aura formed irregularly rotating hurricanes around his body. A 4-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes in the moon-embracing pavilion. When the black-robed youth released this terrifying aura, he instantly determined that this person was a mid-stage ultimate emperor. Dong! The black-clothed youth smashed his fist on the drum. Suddenly, the sound of the drum spread out with a penetrating force. With the stage as the center, the sound waves of the drum spread out in all directions in a circular shape, forming a terrifying air wave in the surroundings. Dong! 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 The black-clothed youth's expression changed slightly because he discovered that when his fist hit the drum, a terrifying repulsive force suddenly resounded from the drum. Immediately, his body was involuntarily forced back by this repulsive force. Humph! Give me the second beat. The black-clothed youth snorted coldly. He took a step forward again and punched out. A terrifying fist force erupted and immediately blasted against the drum. Rumble! A frightening sound that was like the Xian thunder from the 9 heavens suddenly surged out from within the morning bell and evening drum. It was like thunder surging and the sound was ear-piercing. A force that was even more frightening than before was also reflected from the drum surface. Pfft! The black-clothed youth didn't even have time to react before the repulsive force blasted against his chest. The terrifying force immediately caused the black-clothed youth to spit out blood and fly back like a falling leaf. Rumble! After flying back more than 10 meters, the black-clothed youth smashed into the ground. He clutched his chest and his face was filled with fear. He didn't think that the force transmitted from the drum would be so terrifying. Only 2 beats. Moyan Wuxiang shook his head gently. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. All the cultivators in the moon-embracing pavilion were surprised as well. The black-clothed youth was an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he had only been able to make 2 sounds. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? The restless hearts of the martial art practitioners who were originally below the ultimate 4-wheel Emperor level instantly quieted down. The black-robed youth was stronger than him, but he could only beat the war drum twice. What more could they do? The morning bell and evening drum is indeed not simple. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. After the black-clothed youth's failure, the commotion in the surroundings quieted down. Many cultivators who weren't strong enough basically gave up and no longer dared to go up. After a moment of silence, several figures flashed out from below the moon-embracing pavilion. They came before the morning bell and evening drum and attempted to beat the drum. Dong! 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 For a moment, the distant sound of the drum rang out continuously from the center of the stage. It was quite neat and loud. Unfortunately, many people went up and changed batches, but no one was able to make more than 5 beats. The strongest was a mid-stage 5-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. He managed to make 4 beats, stunning many people. I'll go up and try. Suddenly, Qiu Xiaoyun, who was sitting next to Zhuo Wen, stood up and stared at the giant war drum on the stage with a burning gaze. His strength was at the peak of the 5-wheel Emperor Realm, and he was the #1 genius of Lu Yan County. His strength was far greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Whoosh! Qiu Xiaoyun stomped his foot and flew out of the moon-embracing pavilion. He landed lightly in the center of the stage. His posture was elegant and he was in high spirits. The genius of the moon-embracing pavilion has finally made his move. I wonder how many beats he can make. He'll definitely be able to make more than 5 beats. I know this person. He's the #1 genius of Lu Yan County, Qiu Xiaoyun. He's proficient in palm techniques and knows the colossal falling sun palm. He's extremely powerful. Qiu Xiaoyun's arrival immediately caused an uproar among the people below the moon-embracing pavilion. Many people stared at Qiu Xiaoyun, looking forward to seeing how many beats he could make. Brother Qiu. I wonder if Xiaoyun can make 10 beats. Lu Nantian looked at Qiu Xiaoyun and nodded. He was quite impressed. 10 beats will be very difficult. However, he should be able to make it more than 5 beats. Qiu Changxing smiled, but he was slightly nervous. Qiu Xiaoyun was the #1 genius of Lu Yan County. He hoped that Qiu Xiaoyun could make a few more beats. That way, he would be able to bring glory to Lu Yan County. Young master, please begin. Moyan Wushang hugged his pipa and smiled. Qiu Xiaoyun nodded and took a deep breath. He stared at the drum in front of him. He took a step forward and punched the drum with a terrifying might. Dong! The sound of the bell burst out, and a powerful repulsive force appeared on Qiu Xiaoyun's body. However, Qiu Xiaoyun did not move at all. He was like a boulder as he punched the drum again. Dong! 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 4 consecutive beats sounded. Qiu Xiaoyun actually made 5 beats in one breath. When the 5th beat sounded, Qiu Xiaoyun groaned and took 3 steps back. Humph! Great collapsing sun palm. Qiu Xiaoyun snorted coldly as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. A palm that was emitting golden light shuttled through space and slammed onto the drum. It was as if the sun had set and slammed onto the drum. Dong! Dong! 2 consecutive palms caused the drum to let out 2 loud beats. Suddenly, the sound waves spread out and an even more terrifying force descended and bombarded Qiu Xiaoyun's chest. Qiu Xiaoyun groaned and retreated several steps back. He barely managed to stabilize his body after retreating dozens of steps. He looked at the drum in front of him in fear. He knew very well that he had already reached his limit. If he continued to beat the drum, he would exceed his limit and his end would not be much better than the black-clothed youth who had gone on stage for the first time. Qiu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed, but he did not dare to beat the drum for the 8th time. He sighed and returned to the moon-embracing pavilion. 7 beats. As expected of the number 1 genius of Lu Yan County. He can actually beat the drum 7 times. Amazing. After Qiu Xiaoyun left, a wave of praises sounded from the surroundings. At first, they did not take the morning bell and evening drum too seriously, but after seeing so many people return in failure, they knew how difficult it was to beat the morning bell and evening drum. Before Qiu Xiaoyun, the strongest cultivator could only beat it 4 times, but Qiu Xiaoyun could beat it 7 times. It was enough to show that Qiu Xiaoyun's strength far surpassed other cultivators. Brother Qiu. Is the morning bell and evening drum really that difficult? Even you can only beat it 7 times. After Qiu Xiaoyun sat down, Lve Tao frowned slightly. In any case, Qiu Xiaoyun was in existence at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. Yet, he could only sound the drum 7 times. Sounding the morning bell and evening drum was a little too difficult. It is indeed difficult. The surface of the drum will transmit a terrifying rebound force, and the more you hit it, the more terrifying the rebound force will be. When you hit it 7 times, the rebound force will be too terrifying, and I've already reached my limit. Qiu Xiaoyun shook his head and smiled bitterly. The difficulty of beating the morning bell and evening drum was beyond his expectations. I'll give it a try. Lve Tao frowned and stood up. With a leap, he arrived at the center of the stage. Lve Tao did not act pretentiously. He beat the drum as soon as he arrived. Dong dong dong. The distant sound of the drum rang out. Lve Tao's strength had reached the 6-will emperor realm, and he was even stronger than Qiu Xiaoyun. He beat the drum 5 times in a row without stopping. The 7th time. Lve Tao raised his handsome eyebrows and punched out with his right palm. A terrifying aura spread out. The 7th drum beat was like a monstrous tsunami that rolled over the sea. A terrifying rebound force crushed Lve Tao's body like a towering mountain. Lve Tao felt his body sink, and an even more terrifying aura surged out. It easily neutralized the rebound force. Lve Tao bent down again and punched out again. So strong. This person is about to beat the 8th time. I wonder if he can beat it. Chapter 654. Hypocritical idiot. At this moment, Lve Tao's face was extremely solemn. He took a step forward and the aura on his body rose to the peak. His right fist suddenly punched out and a terrifying power formed a terrifying spiral around his body. Boom! A terrifying sound like thunder rang out. Lve Tao's fist arrived in an instant and fiercely hit the drum. An intense and melodious sound of the drum resounded and a terrifying pressure erupted from the drum, causing Lve Tao's face to change. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Lve Tao continuously retreated until he was barely able to stabilize his body after more than 10 steps. A trace of cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It seems that the 8th strike is my limit. Lve Tao bitterly smiled. The morning bell and evening drum was indeed not simple. Even he could only beat it 8 times. He really did not know who could beat it 10 times. Perhaps the 3 of them have a chance. Lve Tao's gaze shifted and landed on the moon-embracing pavilion. He saw Zhuowen, who was carrying a green coffin, the indifferent Wenao Xue, and the indifferent Huangfu Wuji. He knew that only these 3 people could beat the war drum 10 times. To be able to beat it 8 times, this Lve Tao's strength is not bad. After all, it is not easy to beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. After the 8th strike of the bell ended, the surroundings burst into an uproar. Although Lve Tao was not able to last until the end, it was already commendable. With Qiu Xiaoyun and Lve Tao taking the lead, the other geniuses in the moon-embracing pavilion were also eager to give it a try. They rubbed their shoulders and walked onto the stage to beat the war drum. Dong dong dong. The bell continued to ring. Most of the geniuses in the moon-embracing pavilion went up to beat the war drum in an orderly manner. Most of them were able to beat it 5 times. However, the highest result was maintained by Lve Tao. 8 strikes was considered the highest result. This result caused the crowd around the moon-embracing pavilion to be somewhat disappointed. There were even some people who shook their heads. Let me do it. Finally, when Ao Xue, who had been standing beside the profound ice man with a cold expression, slowly stood up. Her cold voice resounded around the moon-embracing pavilion. When Ao Xue's words immediately caused an uproar. The other geniuses might not be able to attract the attention of the crowd, but this cold woman had no choice but to attract the attention of the crowd. This was because when Ao Xue was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor list. She was the strongest person in the 8 regions. There was no need to doubt her strength. When Ao Xue's finally made a move. I wonder how many strikes she will be able to beat. When Ao Xue is extremely powerful. It is said that he has reached the early stage of the ultimate 7-will Emperor realm. When Ao Xue's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Some of the audience members who were originally yawning also focused their attention on When Ao Xue's proud figure at this moment. Whoosh! When Ao Xue stepped on the air and floated onto the stage. Her snow-white hair draped over her shoulders. Her cold face had actually condensed traces of frost. Not only that, but the area around her was like a world of ice and snow. Even Huanfu Wuji's and Mu Shui's gazes converged on this woman who was emitting a cold aura from head to toe. There was a sliver of expectation in their eyes as they waited to see if the number 1 person in the 8 great counties would be able to beat the great drum 10 times. When Ao Xue extended her snow-white hand and flicked her finger. A terrifying ice energy spread out. Even the air seemed to have solidified as it struck the drum. Dong 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 dong. In an instant, 5 loud and clear drum beats resounded continuously around the stage. They were like a great bell, distant and resonant. There are actually 5 drum beats at the same time. When Ao Xue might have to bear the terrifying rebound force of 5 drum beats at once. I wonder if she can withstand it. Looking at When Ao Xue's arrogant actions, many of the surrounding people cried out in surprise. 1 rebound force was already terrifying enough. This woman actually planned to withstand 5 at the same time. She was crazy and arrogant enough. When Ao Xue's expression was still cold, and she was not moved at all. She stretched out her jade-like hand in the air and suddenly pointed. Instantly, a terrifying icy energy spread out and turned into an oval ice mirror that was as tall as a person. Boom! The 5 rebound forces instantly bombarded the ice mirror. Only a hissing sound could be heard. The bright ice mirror was as solid as iron and was not damaged at all. However, the terrifying rebound force was completely offset by the ice mirror and turned into nothingness. The 5 rebound forces were all blocked. This When Ao Xue is indeed terrifying. Looking at When Ao Xue, who was like a boulder and did not move at all, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Blocking 5 rebound forces at the same time was indeed shocking. After blocking the 5 rebound forces, When Ao Xue's body did not move at all. She gently stepped forward and flicked her finger again. Dong! Dong! Another 3 drumbeats sounded out at the same time, and 3 even more terrifying rebounding forces followed. At the same time, they acted on When Ao Xue's body. A terrifying pressure descended, and the stage actually shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. A trace of seriousness finally appeared on When Ao Xue's cold face. When Ao Xue gently waved her jade-like hand and countless ice energy condensed in front of her, forming a huge ice wall. Boom! The three rebounding forces smashed onto the ice wall. Instantly, the seemingly indestructible ice wall began to violently tremble. When Ao Shue's pretty face also paled a little. However, the ice wall ultimately managed to block the rebounding forces. She has struck the 8th time. It will be the 9th time soon. The crowd began to look forward to it. When Ao Shue's face was as serious as ice. Her jade-like hand flicked her finger again and the ice energy condensed to the extreme. Her snow-white hair danced in the wind and actually condensed into ice frost. At this moment, it actually looked demonic and beautiful. Dong! In the end, when Ao Shue struck the 9th time. Instantly, within the morning bell and evening drum, an extremely terrifying pressure burst forth. It formed a spiral shape and fiercely crushed down. The entire stage actually trembled once again, and traces of cracks appeared. Puchi. Under such terrifying pressure, when Ao Shue actually spat out a mouthful of red blood. However, her body was like a pine tree that stood proudly and actually forcefully withstood the rebound force of the 9th drumbeat. She has blocked the 9th drumbeat. When Ao Shue might be able to do the 10th. The crowd began to look forward to it. Although when Ao Shue's current condition was not good, she had already struck the 9th drumbeat and was extremely close to the 10th. Everyone was looking forward to when Ao Shue's 10th drumbeat. When Ao Shue took a deep breath and gently took a step back. She also knew that this was a crucial moment and there was absolutely no room for any mistakes. The last one. When Ao Shue pointed her jade-like hand and an even more terrifying ice energy surged out. With a flick of her finger, the terrifying energy condensed and directly hit the drum. Boom! Before the energy arrived, the morning bell and evening drum actually emitted an even more terrifying pressure. This pressure had almost reached an unprecedented level. The ice energy that was shot out from when Ao Shue's fingertip was actually forcefully blocked and then shot towards when Ao Shue. At this moment, when Ao Shue's face was incomparably pale and there was a smear of fear in her eyes. This ice energy was when Ao Shue's most powerful attack and it had almost consumed most of her energy. At this moment, she no longer had any extra energy to resist. She knew that if she was hit by this energy, she would definitely die. Whoosh! The instant the rebound force came into effect, a figure pulled when Ao Shue over and with a shake of his sleeve, the rebound force was easily erased by this figure. This person was the region lord of the icebound county, the profound ice old man. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn and there was even a hint of anger on his face. When Ao Shue was too reckless. She actually bet all of her energy on the 10th drumbeat. This was simply a joke with her life. Do what you can in the future. Do you understand? The profound ice old man returned to the moon-embracing pavilion and put down when Ao Shue as he sternly said. Yes. Master, Ao Shue knows she was wrong. When Ao Shue lowered her head and said in a soft voice. The profound ice old man nodded and no longer pursued this matter. Instead, his eyes converged on the nearby Huangfu Wuji. He knew that if when Ao Shue was unable to beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, then there was only Huangfu Wuji who had a refined smile on his face. When Ao Shue's failure immediately caused the surrounding crowd to shake their heads and sigh. When Ao Shue was the #1 genius of the 8 large counties, but even she had failed. Perhaps there was no one else in the 8 large counties that could beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. Perhaps only the top 10 rankers of the Azure Emperor Proclamation of the Imperial Capital could possibly do so. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but gather on the window seat of the moon-embracing pavilion, where Huangfu Wuji had a scholarly smile on his face. Of all the young elites of the moon-embracing pavilion, only this Huangfu Wuji could accomplish such a feat as he received so much attention. The smile on Huangfu Wuji's face became even wider. He enjoyed being looked up at by so many people. This sort of high and mighty feeling made him feel as if everything was under his control. He glanced at Mu Shui and said with a smile, "Miss Mu. Do you plan on going up and giving it a try? Mu Shui glanced at Huangfu Wuji and shook her head. She lightly said, I thank your highness the second prince for his good intentions, but I don't need it. I think that your highness the second prince should be able to beat it 10 times. Hearing Mu Shui's words, Huangfu Wuji's smile became even more brilliant. He said, Miss Mu, please watch carefully. Wuji will beat the morning bell and evening drum for you, and will also present you with a song. As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. This time, the Burning Heaven Sect's Saintess Mu Shui was present. No matter what, he had to perform well. What a hypocritical idiot. Just as Huangfu Wuji was about to jump onto the stage, a slightly mocking voice sounded out, causing the smile on Huangfu Wuji's face to freeze. Huangfu Wuji frowned and turned his head to stare at the youth carrying the azure coffin. He coldly said, I dare you to say that again. Did I say anything about you? Why are you responding to me? Or are you admitting that you are a hypocritical idiot? Chapter 655. Huangfu Wuji's gambling fight. At this moment, the atmosphere in the moon-embracing pavilion had become strange and quiet. Everyone stared at the confrontation between Huangfu Wuji and Zhuowen with strange eyes. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's words just now had been extremely bold and reckless. Although Zhuowen had the support of Lu Hantian, Huangfu Wuji had the entire imperial family and the Azure Emperor behind him. Moreover, Huangfu Wuji was in existence ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor proclamation. Whether it was background or strength, Huangfu Wuji was far superior to Zhuowen. But Zhuowen was like a moth flying into a flame. In the eyes of many, this was an extremely stupid behavior. Puchi. Within the quiet moon-embracing pavilion, a clear and melodious laughter suddenly sounded out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Everyone's eyes turned to Huangfu Wuji, who was facing Mu Shui, who was covering her face with a veil, and was actually laughing. Huangfu Wuji and Zhuowen, who were originally facing off against each other, were also attracted by this bird-like laughter. After discovering that the owner of this laughter was Mu Shui, the two of them had different expressions. Zhuowen revealed an astonished expression. He never thought that the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, who had always been cold and aloof, would actually laugh because of his words. In contrast to Zhuowen's astonishment, Huangfu Wuji's complexion was as cold as the dead of winter. His mood was extremely bad. He had originally wanted to put on a good show in front of Mu Shui, but now, because of this little bastard in front of him, he had made a fool of himself. Zhuowen's laughter was like a knife, causing Huangfu Wuji's heart to be filled with a raging inferno. His hatred towards Zhuowen was like a torrential river, surging with waves. You despicable little bastard. Do you really want to die? Stepping forward, Huangfu Wuji's eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen. A terrifying aura erupted from him. He wished that he could cut this boy who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth into 1,000 pieces. Oh. You want to start a fight in the moon-embracing pavilion? As the second prince of the royal family, I can't believe that you would attack a nobody like me. I don't know if it's my honor, or if you're as lowly as I am, second prince. Zhuowen raised his head, the corners of his lips curling up. He stared at Huangfu Wuji with a cold and fearless expression. Huangfu Wuji narrowed his eyes and immediately calmed down. Just as Zhuowen had said, if he really did anything to Zhuowen, then it really might damage his reputation. Moreover, that Lu Hantian cared a lot about this Zhuowen. Lu Hantian was a madman. If he were to make a move, the Lu Hantian would probably even dare to hit him. When that happened, his reputation would be ruined, and he would be even worse off than Flame Wing. However, Huangfu Wuji was extremely unwilling to let Zhuowen go like this. He narrowed his eyes and lightly said, Humph. I don't want to fight with a lowly person like you. That will only dirty my hands. Hee hee. You really are a hypocritical idiot. Zhuowen lightly said as he shook his head. Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank. This boy in front of him had repeatedly provoked him. Now, his killing intent towards him had reached an extremely rich degree. If he didn't kill this boy, it would be difficult to quench the hatred in his heart. Whoosh! Huangfu Wuji coldly snorted. With a single step, he instantly leapt onto the center of the stage. His purple robes made him look handsome and confident. His Highness the Second Prince has come down. With His Highness the Second Prince's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. It shouldn't be a problem. However, the most difficult part of the morning bell and evening drum should be to sound it 10 times and see if the music offered can resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Only by resonating will the morning bell and evening drum be consecrated successfully. Not only is His Highness the Second Prince's cultivation exquisite, but he is also proficient in the 4 arts, literature, martial arts, and poetry. I think he should be able to create a song that resonates with the morning bell and evening drum. Huangfu Wuji's arrival was like a fuse, causing a frenzy of excitement. Everyone's eyes blazed as they stared at Huangfu Wuji. This was an existence that ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Emperor decree. It shouldn't be a problem for him to sound it 10 times. Standing at the edge of the stage, the beautiful Moyan Wuxiang held a pipa in his hand. He stared at the high-spirited Huangfu Wuji in the center of the stage, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It had to be known that in order to successfully consecrate the morning bell and evening drum, strength alone was not enough. One also needed an unparalleled talent. Only by creating a heaven-shaking song and a formidable strength would one be able to awaken the soul within the drum and completely consecrate it. Within the imperial city, Huangfu Wuji had the reputation of being a master of both the pen and the sword. In truth, Moyan Wuxiang was also looking forward to Huangfu Wuji successfully consecrating the morning bell and evening drum. Stopping in front of the drum, Huangfu Wuji turned around and faced the direction of the moon-embracing pavilion. He loudly said, "Zhuowen. Do you dare to come down and make a bet with me?" A terrifying sound wave burst out from Huangfu Wuji's mouth like a rolling thunder, echoing in the air above the stage. Who is this Zhuowen? He actually made the second prince call him by name to come down and make a bet with him. Isn't this name strange? How come I've never heard of him before? He should be some nameless person. Nameless person? How could a nameless person make the second prince call him by name? After Huangfu Wuji shouted out these words, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Soon after, their gazes gathered on the moon-embracing pavilion. They really wanted to see just what kind of person this Zhuowen was. Within the moon-embracing pavilion, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He didn't think that this Huangfu Wuji would actually call him by name to make a bet with him. It seemed that Huangfu Wuji's resentment towards him was quite deep. What? Weren't you very arrogant in the moon-embracing pavilion a moment ago? Why aren't you speaking now? Huangfu Wuji calmly stood where he was. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body moved without wind. His voice was like thunder. Zhuowen. Don't agree. Huangfu Wuji is one of the top 10 existences on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. His strength is even greater than Guosheng's. If you make a bet with him, you simply have no chance of winning. Lve Tao suddenly frowned. The other people in the audience also frowned. They all tried to persuade Zhuowen not to agree to this bet. When Aoshua's expression was ice cold. Her white hair draped over her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a mocking smile. She faintly said, "You reap what you sow. You don't even have the strength to be so arrogant. If you hadn't provoked the second prince, then this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, you brought this upon yourself. What does my sins have to do with you? Just who do you think you are? You can't even sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Zhuowen turned his head and coldly glanced at Wen Aoshue. This woman had displayed an arrogant and condescending attitude from the very beginning. This had already caused Zhuowen to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Now that she had spoken such sarcastic words, Zhuowen's disgust towards her had increased by several degrees. You, humph. You're just a coward. Although I can't sound the bell 10 times, I'm already extremely close. But what about you? How many times do you think you can sound the bell? I'm afraid that 5 times is already the limit. Now that the second prince has challenged you, you're actually acting like a coward. You don't dare to accept his challenge, but you still dare to clamor in front of me. When Aoshue coldly snorted. She stared at Zhuowen with a cold gaze. The ridicule in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker. She concluded that Zhuowen was a coward who only knew how to talk and not do anything. Coward? Zhuowen coldly smiled. With a single step, he arrived at the window seat. His clear voice sounded out. Why wouldn't I dare? As he spoke, Zhuowen's figure was like a leopard. He leapt through the air and gracefully stepped onto the stage. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, a cold voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Huangfu Wuji's strength has reached the peak of the ultimate 7-will emperor realm. His strength is unfathomable. You should be more careful. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but be startled. How could he not know that this voice was transmitted to him by someone? Moreover, the owner of this sound transmission was Mu Shui, who was sitting at the window seat of the Embracing Moon Pavilion. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the quiet Mu Shui in the pavilion. Their eyes met again, and for some unknown reason, Zhuowen actually nodded his head naturally. He also transmitted his voice back, "Thank you. I know what I'm doing." Looking at the youth walking towards the stage, Mu Shui's veiled face actually revealed an undetectable curve. If the veil was removed, this girl's smile would be as brilliant as 100 flowers blooming. It would be able to turn the world upside down. This person is Zhuowen. What an unfamiliar youth. This person is definitely not from the imperial capital. I'm afraid he's a genius from one of the other counties. But, out of the 8 great counties, the only ones that can make His Highness the Second Prince mention by name should be the icebound counties Wen Aoshue and the Li-Fire counties Sir Lai Yun. Just where did this person come from? Seeing Zhuowen appear, the surrounding people all revealed looks of confusion. They had never seen this strange youth with a blue coffin on his back before. I thought that you wouldn't dare to accept my challenge. But now it seems that you do have some guts. You actually accepted my challenge. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were cold, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was extremely confident in his own strength and talent. This common-looking boy in front of him would lose without a doubt. Speak. What kind of bet? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sneering Huangfu Wuji. Very simple. Let's see who can strike the morning bell and evening drum the most times. The loser will kneel on the ground, kowtow to the victor 3 times, and then cripple their own cultivation. How about it? Huangfu Wuji's lips curved into a sneer as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. This Huangfu Wuji was truly ruthless. The loser would not only have to kowtow 3 times, but they would also have to cripple their own cultivation. Without a doubt, the loser would lose all face and become a complete piece of trash. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then you only need to kowtow to me 3 times. You don't need to cripple your own cultivation. Then, I can let you go. Hee, what do you think? Huangfu Wuji sinisterly smiled. Idiot. 3 kowtows. You've really lost your mind. I, Zhuowen, accept this bet. Zhuowen shook his head and indifferently said. Your courage is commendable. You've already reached this point, and yet you're still so stubborn. But, I want to see just how long you can remain stubborn. Chapter 656. Loud song dong dong dong. 3 consecutive rings of the bell suddenly sounded out on the stage. Huangfu Wuji's expression was calm. The overlapping rebounding force of the 3 rings had no effect on him at all. His long hair danced in the wind and his clothes fluttered. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were like the starry sky. He took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and smashed it against the morning bell and evening drum once more. Dong 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 dong. 4 consecutive rings sounded out. Huangfu Wuji was still as steady as Mount Tai. He took another step forward, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. A terrifying aura rose to the extreme, forming a dragon-shaped aura behind him. Dong dong. 2 more thunderous drumbeats sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth, echoing through the skies. Huangfu Wuji had easily sounded the 8th and 9th drumbeats. What a terrifying strength! He is truly worthy of being called one of the most outstanding geniuses of the royal family. After sounding the 8th and 9th rings, he still hasn't shown any signs of retreating. His strength is truly terrifying. Now it's time for the 10th ring. The surrounding audience was in an uproar. Their eyes were locked onto Huangfu Wuji's body. Everyone was waiting for Huangfu Wuji to sound the 10th ring. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This Huangfu Wuji was truly worthy of being one of the top 10 existences on the Blue Imperial Decree. His strength had surpassed his expectations. Just the strength that he had displayed now was enough to move Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that with his current strength, if he were to fight Huangfu Wuji face to face, he would undoubtedly lose. Humph! The 10th ring, break for me! Huangfu Wuji coldly snorted. He stepped forwards once more, his right hand curled into a fist and smashed into the drum. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth erupted from the morning bell and evening drum, gushing out. What a horrifying pressure! The 10th ring of the morning bell and evening drum is actually so terrifying. Isn't this just too amazing? As this pressure appeared, some of the weaker martial artists were forced back again and again. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were filled with panic. Huangfu Wuji frowned. At this moment, the pressure that was being transmitted from the drum had already reached an extremely terrifying degree. This pressure was like a mountain or a sea, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. But under this pressure, his fist was like a clay ox sinking into the sea. For a moment, he froze on the spot. This pressure can't stop me. Huangfu Wuji coldly shouted. Behind him, the massive dragon-shaped aura field suddenly sank down, fusing into Huangfu Wuji's fist light. Suddenly, countless streams of air began to surge, as if they were in the shape of a dragon. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji's fist light had reached an unprecedented level of blazing heat. Rumble. Under the support of the dragon-shaped aura, the originally stagnant fist aura reached a terrifying level. It pierced through the sun with irresistible force. The fist aura was like the brightest star in the night sky. It broke through the pressure and finally bombarded the drum. Dong! The earth-shattering sound of the drums was amplified infinitely at this moment. Endless terrifying hurricanes formed around the morning bell and evening drum. Huangfu Wuji stood in the midst of the hurricanes, his eyes like stars and his aura like a rainbow. On the other hand, the morning bell and evening drum began to tremble and actually emitted a rare buzzing sound. When this buzzing sound rang out, it actually sounded a little sorrowful and sad, and even a little lonely. He is truly worthy of being the second prince. After the 10th strike, the morning bell and evening drum began to tremble. It seems that the second prince is not too far away from consecrating this drum. Everyone's eyes brightened as they stared at Huangfu Wuji. They knew that the most critical moment of the morning bell and evening drum's consecration was to resonate with the drum. Congratulations to Your Majesty the second prince. After the 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum, you are only a single step away from consecrating this drum. If the second prince can resonate with this drum and successfully consecrate it, then this little girl is willing to play the Bodhisattva barbarian for you. Moyan Wuxiang quietly stood at the edge of the stage. At this moment, her beautiful eyes shined with a strange light as she stared at Huangfu Wuji's figure. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes. To her, the morning bell and evening drum was extremely important. Once the drum was consecrated, it would be of enormous help to her. If Huangfu Wuji was able to consecrate it, then what was wrong with her playing the Bodhisattva barbarian for him? At this moment, in the center of the stage, around the drum, a terrifying hurricane swept up. In the center, Huangfu Wuji quietly stood there, high and mighty, as if he were a god. Many thanks for Miss Wuxiang's praise. Then, I will sing a song with the drum as accompaniment. Huangfu Wuji laughed. His body was like a wild goose. Within the hurricane, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He strolled in front of the drum, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Dong dong dong. With the sound of the drum, Huangfu Wuji's low and hoarse voice came out from his mouth. Boundless earth, the sun and moon rise and fall. Dong. The powerful sound of the drum accompanied Huangfu Wuji's loud song. On the stage, it formed a complex melody. Wearing armor, wearing the moon and shooting stars, a man's martial attire. Dong. Dong. A single word, a single tremor. The impassioned song was accompanied by the resounding sound of the drum, shocking the hearts of everyone present. The hot-blooded youth should tread the world and establish 1,000 years of hegemony. Huangfu Wuji lifted his foot and stepped backwards. He bent over and punched out with the back of his fist, smashing it against the drum. The sound of the explosion continued without end. Under the heavens of chaos, one lord rises and falls. As Huangfu Wuji sang these words, he reared his head back and roared. Countless dragon-shaped auras formed around his body. He looked down upon the world with disdain, majestic and awe-inspiring. The sounds of the morning bell and evening drum also reached the peak, shaking the heavens. Boundless earth, the sun and moon rise and fall. Wearing armor, wearing the moon and shooting stars, a man's martial attire. The hot-blooded youth should tread the world and establish 1,000 years of hegemony. Under the heavens of chaos, one lord rises and falls. The surrounding people whispered to each other. As they looked at the center of the stage, they saw that high-spirited figure that looked down upon the world with disdain. Their blood began to boil. Using the lyrics to complement the song, using the song to complement the lyrics, the two combined to reach perfection. Huangfu Wuji's song actually caused the hearts of many people present to stir. Their eyes blazed and their hearts beat wildly. Good. It was unknown who it was, but someone shouted out loud. Suddenly, everyone began to cheer and cheer. His Highness the Second Prince is truly worthy of being called the Second Prince. His heart is filled with lofty aspirations, and his heart is filled with lofty ambitions. He can beat the war drum 10 times and advance with a song. He is truly a man. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, many people were also moved. When Aoshua's icy cold eyes flashed with a strange light, he couldn't help but open his mouth to praise Huangfu Wuji. As for Mu Shui, her face was covered by a veil. Her beautiful eyes were as indifferent as water. It was as if Huangfu Wuji's domineering song hadn't caused her to waver in the slightest. Or, it could be said that she didn't care at all. Bang! On the stage, as Huangfu Wuji's song fell, countless hurricanes began to gathering within the morning bell and evening drum. Immediately, the morning bell and evening drum began to violently tremble. Then, the rusty surface of the drum began to shine with a dazzling light. The morning bell and evening drum is about to be consecrated. Looking at the large drum that was radiating with light, everyone's eyes blazed as they stared at the light. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. The light was like a rising sun, constantly growing brighter and brighter. When this light reached its peak, it suddenly dimmed until there was no more life. The large drum returned to its rusty appearance. The originally high-spirited Huangfu Wuji, with his hands clasped behind his back, saw the light of the large drum disappear. His expression froze and his complexion stiffened. What happened? Did he fail? Looking at the morning bell and evening drum that had returned to its original state, the originally expectant crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their bodies turned cold as they stared at the large drum in disbelief. Huangfu Wuji's final song could be considered extremely outstanding. Even so, it wasn't able to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. What a pity! Your Highness the Second Prince, in the end, you were unable to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Let's call it a day. From now on, the morning bell and evening drum can only wait for a fated person to consecrate it. At the edge of the stage, Moyan Wuxiang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She hadn't thought that even Huangfu Wuji would fail to consecrate the drum. Then, she feared that no one else in the moon-embracing pavilion would have the qualifications to consecrate the drum. Huangfu Wuji frowned. However, he also knew that to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum, it wasn't as simple as strength. It also required luck and coincidence. It seems that Miss Wuxiang's Bodhisattva barbarian is not fated with Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had an elegant demeanor. Although he had failed to consecrate the drum, he still maintained a scholarly smile on his face. He cupped his hands towards Moyan Wuxiang and then turned towards Zhuowen. He lightly said, "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Now, kowtow to me 3 times and then cripple your own cultivation. Then, I will be merciful and spare your dog life." Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He hadn't even begun to sound the morning bell and evening drum. This Huangfu Wuji's tone was truly arrogant. He was actually so sure that he would lose. "I haven't even sounded the drum yet. What qualifications do you have to say that I lost? You can tell me, with which dog's eye did you see me lose?" Zhuowen quietly stood there, his clear eyes staring at Huangfu Wuji without fear. His clear voice echoed around the stage. "Oh. After seeing my result, you still have the mentality that you can win?" Huangfu Wuji looked at this youth as if he were an idiot. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. The result was already obvious. If Lin Ming wanted to win, the only way was to consecrate the morning bell and evening drum. This guy in front of him was nothing more than a nameless nobody. Did he still have the slightest bit of hope in his heart? "You don't want me to sound the drum? Are you afraid of losing?" Zhuowen sneered as he glanced at Huangfu Wuji. "Humph. Since you like to waste your time, then I'll help you." Huangfu Wuji coldly snorted and stepped to the side, making room for Zhuowen. His mouth was filled with a mocking sneer. Zhuowen completely ignored Huangfu Wuji. He stepped forward and walked towards the giant drum in the center of the stage. After seeing His Highness the Second Prince's performance, this boy still dares to sound the drum. I really don't know where this boy's courage comes from. As they watched Zhuowen walk step by step towards the morning bell and evening drum, everyone looked at Zhuowen with a strange expression, as if they were looking at an idiot. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, Wen Aoshua's beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule. She sneered and said, "What an ignorant fellow. He actually dares to challenge His Highness the Second Prince. What a hopelessly stupid fellow. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.